Okay. We don't think so. Our paperboy Matt Sisler says it's not bad luck, so we'll go
Bad luck.
We'll go with that.
Not bad luck.
All right.
Broadcast hadn't started yet.
Really?
We're on now. Something happened with the YouTube. It reloaded. Hi, everyone. Yeah, we're in through top of 3 here.
So top of 3 now. Bulldogs up 3. Here's the first pitch. Thrown in on Austin Roski.
We got a little warm-up session there, Frank. We're going to be on our game now.
Yeah. Roski, the infielder, freshman from Warren, Michigan. Batting .294 on the season. 5 hits, 4 RBIs. And that pitch is outside, count 2-1.
Eric Schmidt still cruising, throwing really well. Falling to this batter a little bit. It's 3-1.
Count 3-1. And there's a hot shot and a nice play made there by the shortstop, Ryan Doro, to get on a ladder and snag that out of the air. Keep the no-hitter intact.
There it is. Matt, not happy. We said it again.
Oh, that's fine.
Yeah, it's okay.
Now here's Alex Pazinski.
You didn't hear me. No one heard it.
No. Pazinski for Alma College, batting .228. 10 RBIs on the season. Takes the first ball strike.
Eric Schmidt wastes
the second
no
ball
time.
strike.
No time wasted.
No.
Feels no hesitation at going right at a batter, saying, here you go, here's a fastball. I dare you to try.
I dare him to swing here. And he does, and he gets him fanning on that one. 6th strikeout of the afternoon for Eric Schmidt. And Przinski was way ahead of that one. He had no chance whatsoever.
Yeah, pulled the string on him on that off-speed pitch there.
Yeah, he sure did. So now we're back up to the top of the order, and it's the right fielder De La Rosa who was struck out earlier in the game. Ball's a little low. 2-0 here. Eric Schmidt behind in the count. De La Rosa fouls that one off there. He's batting .270 for Alma. 12 RBIs.
You know what they call a pitcher that can paint the corners?
A painter?
No, Rembrandt.
Rembrandt?
Rembrandt.
Why is that?
I don't know.
All right.
Why do they call a lot of things what they call them? Why is a bunt called a bunt? Is it an onomatopoeia?
That's a great question. Maybe we can get maybe we can get
Kevin.
one. Let's get one of our ball boys on that. Maybe why is the term bunt used for a bunt?
After this inning, yeah.
We'll see if we can find that out at some point. Full count here for Eric Schmidt. Oh, and he dings De La Rosa on the shoulder, and he'll take first base.
Surprised the umpire didn't reel him back into the batter's box. Looked like he leaned into that one a little bit.
Yeah.
Regardless, Eric Schmidt's going to shake it off. Bring up the catcher. Doug Walters.
So De La Rosa gets hit by a pitch. He takes first base, and now it's Doug Walters who steps in. He was struck out by Schmidt earlier in the game. And almost catching De La Rosa stealing there were the Bulldogs. He's just able to get back to the base in time.
That information is really crucial. Knowing that De La Rosa was hungry for second. Can adjust the pitching game, and it's going to make Frank Resto kind of play on his toes a little bit more. The 0-1.
And Eric Schmidt not taking any chances with De La Rosa in the corner of his eye, grabbing a little too much real estate.
Just trying to keep him honest here.
Well, that's why we're all here, to be honest.
Yeah. Well, they just don't want to give up the force out at the second base. It's pretty crucial.
Yeah, nice eye there by the junior Walters to take a ball. That looked pretty clean from up here, Dan, but either way, count is 1-1.
It can be sometimes hard to see the location of the ball as far as its relation to the strike zone from up here.
3 pickoff attempts by Schmidt. He really is trying to get De La Rosa at first.
I'm sure those pickoff attempts have something to do with some communication between Schmidt and Resto.
And there he goes now to second base. Will De La Rosa make it? He does. And he gets his base.
In spite of some very good effort from the catcher, Frank Resto, that throw nearly in time. But De La Rosa's jump on that was just a little too good. Count 2-1 to Walters.
Fourth stolen base of the year for De La Rosa on 5 attempts. So no stranger to robbing bases for Alma College. He wanted that one. He got it after 4 attempts. And there's a strike there thrown on Dane San Miguel.
And that off-speed pitch that Schmidt's been throwing today has been one of his best. Working for him really well as the Scots are ahead of it almost every time he tosses it one out.
Excuse me, that's still Doug Walters in the batter's box. And that's a hard foul that's going to go out of play. Count is now 2-2. Two outs here in the top of the third. Count is at 2-2. Here comes the pitch, and it's high.
Real close, but you could see that off-speed pitch. Trying to get him to go for it. Very disciplined, the catcher. Catchers usually are, though.
Full count here. And there's a hit thrown right at the first baseman. Not a problem there for the Bulldogs. Colin Parcher scooping up that ground ball. Bulldogs get out of the inning clean. And more importantly, Eric Schmidt keeps his no-hitter intact. Well, we're now going to be joined by our man, President Docking of Adrian College. And, sir, I have a couple questions for you. Have you ever played any baseball before?
Before I answer that question, Frank, I just want to say I've never seen a man with more Tim Hortons in front of him than you right now. We got sodas, we got coffee, we got wrappers, sandwiches. You are on a Tim Hortons high.
Well, this game has been brought to you by Tim Hortons, and every game that I'm behind the mic, I got to have my coffee, my water, my donut, my bagel, my biscuit, and away we go.
I know you're Canadians. It's like the fifth food group, so I can't blame you for it. But yeah, so I did grow up playing baseball, although I gave it up in high school because the hockey season went so long that I usually cut into baseball. But yeah, I was actually a catcher back in the day. Not a very good one. Don't know if I ever threw a guy out at second base, but I look good in the equipment. That's what my mom said.
If you were still playing today, would you still be a catcher? What drew you towards the catching position, sir?
I always liked to look like a gladiator. The same thing that drew me to hockey, right? All that equipment. But I think the money position in this sport is shortstop. I like watching Doro. I think it's where it seems like most of the balls go. And so I'd probably be a shortstop if I could come back as a different person.
Do you recall hitting any home runs?
Never hit a dinger. But I really had that gap between left and center pretty good when I had my opportunities. But like I said, I was a pretty bad baseball player. I would have stayed with it.
Final question: do you want any of my Tim Hortons since I have so much extra here? Little bit of coffee or anything?
I would, Frankie, but I can tell your lips have been on all of that, and I just don't want any of the germs. But I do love Tim Hortons, as you know. I just saw you there a couple hours ago. I was picking up my own Tim Hortons, so it's all good.
Beautiful. There's President Docking.
Always nice to have President Docking up in the booth.
Absolutely. Oh, and hit by a pitch there.
It's going to be ruled a foul ball since he was in motion
and
swinging.
that hurts right there.
It's right off the hands, counted as a part of the bat as far as the rules of baseball is concerned. No, home plate umpire got the appeal to first base, said that was not a swing. It was more an attempt to get out of the way of the ball. Ryan Dorrell will be awarded first base.
And he's in a little bit of pain there, still shaking his hand and his head as the shortstop Ryan Dorrell. So he recorded an RBI triple his first at bat, and he's hit by a pitch. The first pitch he sees in his second at bat.
Yeah, a real brutal spot. I mean, hit right on the hands. It's one thing to be hit by an 80 mile per hour hard baseball, but it's another thing entirely to be hit by the same speed pitch when there's nothing to move behind and you just got fingers in between bat and ball. That's no fun.
And now it's the big Gert, Jeff Gertley, who was walked in the first inning into the batter's box with Doro at first. And he cranks that one. It is high, and that is gone.
Bye-bye, baseball.
That's why we call him the Big Gert. What a shot out into right field. The sixth home run of the year for Jeff Gertley extends the Bulldog lead to 5. As that baseball had no chance whatsoever, Dan.
Oh, Jeff Gertley comes in and sees a pitch. It's got his name on it, and he airmails that one over the fence in right field for a 2-run shot here in the bottom of the third inning. This ball game is getting away from the Scots here. Adrian College up 5-0. That kind of offensive production with no outs.
Yep.
Might be another long inning here for the pitcher Nash.
17th home run of the season for this Bulldog club. Interestingly enough, Dan, Alma College has not hit a single home run all year. It goes to show you here is they find themselves down 5-0 in the third. The what's the word I'm looking for? Parity? No, that's not the word I'm looking for. We're just getting word now that was 418,000 feet out into right field, that home run.
Ryan Thompson.
And popping up there was Drew Schutz. Shoots again. What did I say, Dan? I told you I was going to have problems with that. That's all right.
Everybody's got their thing. Still only the first out in the top of the third inning. Bottom, excuse me. Right field fly out for Drew Schutz brings up the DH McCoy Drzwicki.
Drzwicki scored a sac fly into right field in the first inning. He takes that ball low and away. One the count here for Colin Nash. Here comes the pitch. And he gets a strike there. And that ball is low and away. Count now 2-2. Full count here for McCoy Drizwicki. The sophomore from Toledo, Ohio, stands 6'5". He takes a whack at that. Foul!
Do not expect to see McCoy Drizwicki strike out.
The whiz.
You just don't. 'Cause he just don't.
Nine strikeouts on the year.
That's it, though.
That's it.
That's not a lot.
No, it's not a lot. When you play as many games as this Bulldog team has played, only 9 strikeouts.
How many at-bats?
39.
He's got 39 ABs. He's only struck out 9 times.
Oh, and there's a hot shot that gets by the pitcher, Colin Nash, right up the gut. And a single for McCoy Drizwicki. His 16th hit of the season. Puts him on one bag.
1 out single from the 5 spot in the lineup. Going to be really crucial. It's going to continue this offensive production for the Bulldogs here in the top of the 3rd.
Now it's the junior Matt Andrus stepping into the batter's box. He grounded out earlier in the game.
3rd baseman. Knows how to hit, knows how to field. Makes some pretty acrobatic plays over there on the left side of the field. Does a good job.
And there's
This
a
one's
ball
high.
that's hit hard and easily handled out in center field by Cornell of Alma College. There'll be 2 outs with Colin Parcher, the first baseman, now stepping into the box.
I'd be afraid to pitch to Colin Parcher. I'd be afraid to pitch to Alma's first baseman, though, too. You know, you just got 2 big first basemen in the forms of Parcher and Letty. Blake Letty out of Saginaw. Where's Parcher coming from? Something in the water?
He's a junior from Napoleon, Ohio.
Oh, no.
He grounded out earlier in this game. Counts at 1-1.
The highest traffic press box in MIAA.
Yeah, we need a traffic light in this press box.
Yeah.
All the people coming in and out. Let me tell you, Dan.
This is a great day for baseball, and what better place to watch it from than the press box? The press box here.
Or ACTV.
Oh yeah, hey, that's a good place to watch it too.
Sure is.
Check it out online, as you are currently, if you can hear my voice.
3-1 the count here for Colin Parcher. And that ball just paints the line there. Strike, so now full count.
But if you're watching on ACTV, you're basically watching from the press box. That's where our only camera is today.
That's right.
Hi, Laura.
Oh, and taken off for second there was Drizwicki.
Looking for a little
Parcher
2-out
fouled it
hit
off.
and run from Coach Rainey there.
Hit and run, get it done.
That's just one of those things that he does it a lot. It'll especially when you've got someone like Colin Parcher on, he'll pull it over to the right side.
And again, taken off there was Drizwicki.
It'll cause the infielders to get pulled off of their respective bags and make it a lot harder for them to get the out. The hit and run, they're going to try and cover the second base steal.
More importantly, Alex Dobrzenecki elects to not go after that foul ball. It's been recovered. I tell you, for two ball boys, you guys aren't really doing much. I'm going to have to talk to Kevin about this.
Wonder what Kevin's going to do.
Is he the one hunting down all the balls? Is that why he's not up here? 3-2 count. Here we go. Here comes the pitch, and there's a hot shot there, and it's right past the third baseman. Unable to get a glove on that was San Miguel. Nice piece of batting there.
That ball didn't look too fast. I feel like it just kind of fooled San Miguel off of the bat. Didn't know which way it was technically going. Had he gotten a better lean on that ball, he might have been able to make the play.
So Parcher on first, Drzwicki on second. Frank the Tank Resto stepping into the batter's box. He popped up earlier in this game.
But now Frank Resto has a job to do. He's got ducks on the pond and a task at hand. Watch for him to produce here.
Watch Drzwicki on second as well. And he's going to ground out into the second baseman who scooped that up, Roski of Alma College. So that'll do it for the third inning of play. Bulldogs lead 5-0 heading into the top of 4. They dominated Alma College last season, sweeping them in all 4 games that they played. And they're dominating Alma College thus far, as we are about halfway through this 7-inning game. And a reminder that at the conclusion of the 7-inning game, we got another one coming right at you.
A little bit of a break, about a half an hour. The baseball players are going to refuel, get a little carbs in them, drink some Gatorade, do that whole thing. I'll probably smoke a cigarette, and we'll get back on the air. Pull a Jim Leland, After his doubleheaders, I'm sure, in between one of his doubleheader games, I'm sure there was at least a pack housed by him.
So Eric Schmidt gets back onto the bump for the Bulldogs, and this guy is cruising with
Eric Schmidt,
5 strikeouts.
Definitely the story of the day.
Excuse me, he's got 6 strikeouts. Sorry, Dan. 1 walk. No hits. 53 pitches thrown through 3 innings. Dwayne San Miguel leading off the inning here for Alma. San Miguel was walked earlier in this game, the only walk that Schmidt has issued.
Well, base he's allowed. Besides the stolen one. Second delivery was a little high. Count even at 1-1.
Foul! Are you guys going to get that or what? I tell you, two of the worst ball boys I have ever seen in my time.
They're assuring us that the balls are recovered before they even know.
That's a Perez excuse. Count is 2-0 here. Excuse me, 1-2. Oh, and this could be a blooper in it.
It's not too far. Looked a little farther than it was.
Lands right into the lap of Bulldog shortstop
Ryan Dorrell.
Here's Eric Cruz for Alma. He was struck out earlier in the game.
Ryan Dorrell, the best D3 shortstop this side of the Mississippi. Beyond a shadow of a doubt, in my opinion.
There's a nice strike there. Cruz down 0-2.
Very aggressive pitching style from Eric Schmidt. The tempo is always consistent, and he doesn't really toy with batters too much. Doesn't really have too much fun with them. He's like, here, this is what I'm going to do, and if you don't hit it, fine. Some pitchers kind of respect the batter-pitcher matchup a little bit more than Eric
There's
Schmidt
a shot
does.
right at Eric Schmidt, who scoops that up on the ground. No problems there as he throws out Eric Cruz easily at first, keeping that no-hitter intact with 2 outs to go here in the top of the 4th.
Hey, he knows if he keeps on delivering low pitches, he's going to keep it on the ground and let his infielders do a lot of the work, and they're a good curtain behind him. They always have been.
Juan Dominguez for Alma. Grounded out in the 2nd inning. Looking to spark some kind of a rally here for Alma with 2 outs. That ball's away outside. Juan Dominguez going for the fences with that one. Unable to make contact. 1 ball, 2 strikes. And fanning on that is the senior Juan Dominguez to end the inning. Make that 7 strikeouts now for Eric Schmidt, who is 6 away from the Bulldog all-time record. 5-0 Adrian as we head into the bottom of the 4th. And it looks like Alma has finally made a pitching change. And they've got number 13 now on the mound, Eric Frontzak, the freshman from Naperville, Illinois, will take over in relief of Colin Nash. Colin Nash exits the game after pitching 3 innings. He gave up 7 hits, 5 runs, 2 walks, no strikes on 63 pitches. So a rough outing for Colin Nash, who sees his afternoon end a little earlier than he would have liked. We'll take a minute here for Frontzak to get warmed up here for Alma College. And the wind is picking up here, Dan. Papers are flying everywhere.
I think there might be a door open somewhere. Get a little draft. Or, oh yeah, the windows are open. Laura Sherab is just assuring me that the windows are open in the press box. No, I knew that, Laura, but have you ever heard of diffusion? No, I don't think she knows. She doesn't know what physics is.
So here comes John Joseph.
JJ Trey. The J train.
John Joseph singled earlier in the game. And here comes the first pitch from Frontzak, is away outside. There's the first strike there for the freshman. Wow, watch out.
Heads up, everybody.
Someone get our camera girl, Laura Schraub, a helmet. Laura's considerably shaken up after that. Someone get her a cigarette. She's got to calm down.
There's a big mesh screen. We're going to be okay.
And striking out is Joseph. So a nice start here for Eric Franczak as he Ks the first batter he sees. And Alma records their first strikeout of the afternoon.
When it's a score like 5-0, coming in as a relief, thinking that it's 5-0, you won't be successful. So Franczak's sitting on the mound, playing his own game. It's 0-0 to him. So we'll see what happens. Looking pretty strong right now.
So back to the top of the order we go. It's the infielder Josh Knorr, who is 0 for 2 in this game. He grounded out into an inning-ending double play last time around.
Was a line out, right?
That's right. Oh, and there's a line drive right there. Hit out into left field, scooped up by Dominguez. And Knorr gets himself on first base with a nice single.
1-out single for the hometown hero, Josh Knorr. 24th hit on the season. Pretty impressive.
The shortstop now, Ryan Doro, who was hit by a pitch at his last at-bat. Already has 1 RBI in this game. Picked up his first triple of the season in the first inning. See if he can add to his RBI total here. Strike thrown by Franczak.
Home plate umpire Tom Jablonski.
What a last name.
Calling a great game. Strike zone consistent.
Taking off for second here. Watch out. No problem whatsoever for Ryan Doro. Not even a throw from the Alma catcher, Walters.
Franczak knew that was a little bit of his fault, standing up on his set for a little bit too long, letting Josh Knorr have his way with him a little bit as he's standing proudly on second base. The discipline of Doro shining brightly as he's up in the count now. 3 balls, 1 strike.
And for Knorr, his 5th stolen base of the year, that leads his team 5 of 7 in stolen base attempts this year. And that one's popped up high, high, high.
Straight back and on a play. Do Mario and Pemba impersonation.
Who's a
The play-by-play guy for Fox Sports Detroit for baseball.
Will our ball boys go retrieve that one? No, that's fine. All right.
Ball recovered, Frank.
And there's a walk there issued to Ryan Doro. So after striking out the first batter he saw, Franczak now in a little bit of trouble with 1 out, with men on first and second. And this is not someone you want to see stepping into the batter's box if you're Alma in this situation. Jeff Gertley, who picked up his 6th home run of the season in his last at-bat, has got another great opportunity here with 2 ducks on the pond. Strike there issued to Gertley. A junior from Northville, Michigan, standing 6'1".
Him and Sean Kane saw some high school time together. Not long enough to be buddies. Who's friends with Sean Kane anyways, though?
And that is going to stay fair. Painting the right field line, coming in to score.
1 more RBI.
No problem is Knorr.
2 more RBIs.
The Bulldogs cash in 2 thanks to the bat of Jeff Gertley with the 2 RBI triple. Knorr and Darrow flying in no problem.
a home run and a triple from Jeff Gertley. Two of the hardest ones to hit for. He's got a single and a double left, and he's got the cycle. Wouldn't that be something? See Eric Schmidt hunting for the strikeout record, and then have Jeff Gertley hit for the cycle. This could be a game.
3 RBIs for the big Gert in this one. 4, excusez-moi. Thanks, Ryan. 4 RBIs. 7 runs on the board for Adrian.
Well, that breaking ball was coming right at the head of Drew Schutz. He just stood in there unfazed.
Schutz is 1 for 2 in this game. And he's going to pop that one up foul. Oh, and Wenzel's actually going to get this one now.
No way.
Wow.
Ball recovered, Frank.
And our first ball recovery from one of our ball boys is happening. Someone get that ball and put it in the Adrian Hall of Fame.
Plaque reads, Eric Wenzel did his job.
Yeah. Oh, no, he didn't get it.
Oh, no.
All right. Count is 2-2 here.
Ball's recovered, still at 0.
Gertley on third.
Big hit, gonna go foul. Off the bat of Schutz. Now what is that noise?
I don't know.
You hearing that, Frank?
Yeah, I do hear that. Here comes the pitch. And again, it's fouled off. Count full. Now for Schutz. Excuse me, it's not 2-2 still. I was in trouble seeing that out there. I'm losing my eyesight in my old age, Dan.
Well, that's the problem with losing your eyesight. It gets harder and harder to find it again.
Now we have a full count. Gertley on third, 1 out. And there's a nice line drive sent right up the left field gut. Gertley coming in, no problem. And an RBI single for Drew Schutz. Extends the Bulldog lead to 8 here in the top of the 5th.
Still only 1 out and another hit parade happening for the Bulldogs. Drew Schutz having a gas. Walking back to the home dugout pretending he's super out of breath. Very funny.
McCoy Drzwicki now into the batter's box. He's 1 for 2 in this contest. And he rips that one high. Will it be enough?
Go foul. Nope.
He catches it.
Right fielder's under that.
Yeah.
For the second
Almost
out of the inning.
Almost had enough to get out of the park. That was close. And just grabbing that a few feet from the left fence was the right fielder, De La Rosa. So 2 outs now in the inning as Matt Andrus steps up to the batter's box. He's 0 for 2 in this contest. Foul.
Hard foul ball off the third baseman's bat. Matt Andrus definitely looking to add his part to the offensive parade that's been going on here. He's looking to get a little action here.
And that one is just foul as it almost walked the right field line. Count is 0-2. That was fouled off in the Bulldog dugout.
Great breaking ball from Franzak to force Matt Andrus to swing at that one or get called it out because that was going to fall into the strike zone. He swings at that from a less than favorable position and thusly fouls it off. Staying alive, though. That one's...
There's another shot, and not able to handle it is the shortstop, Brzezinski, but quickly recovered in the outfield by Dominguez. And a single there for Andrus.
That might be considered an error.
Moves Drzwicki to second.
Big first baseman, Colin Parcher. Looking for something to happen here with 2 outs is the first baseman from Napoleon, Ohio.
Parcher 1 for 2. Takes the first ball strike. Two outs here in the top of the 5th. Bulldogs lead by a score of 8-0. It's been an offensive explosion for the black and gold in the first half of this Saturday afternoon doubleheader at Nicolay Field.
Yeah, the only unproductive inning they had was the bottom of the 2nd. Other than that, Adrian College has been putting marks up on the scoreboard left and right.
That's right. Shoots on second, Andrus on first. Here comes the 1-2 pitch. And it's fouled off. Not a chance one of our ball boys is going after that.
Eric might try.
Pops is going to keep an eye on it.
He left the door open, though.
We'll have her, yeah, close the door there.
Born in a barn.
Come on. 1-2 pitch. And that's
reaching
looped.
for that one is Parcher.
And that's going to end the inning. Not a lot of contact on that. The second baseman, Roski, no problem scooping that up and ending the inning. As we head now to the top of the 5th. The Bulldogs leading 8-0. Parcher grounds out there, his second ground out of the game. Eric Schmidt has been the story of this game.
Still standing tall on the mound.
Well, along with Gertley, excuse me. And, yeah, like you said, Dan, still standing tall. 6 strikeouts. 7 strikeouts, excuse me.
Just 6 more for the supposed Adrian College record.
That's right.
7 more would be breaking it. That'd be something.
And I tell you, Dan, it's a busy day here on the campus of Adrian College.
Oh, yeah, there's a ton of people over at the track and field
Saturday,
complex.
April the 11th. Yeah, there's a track and field MIAA Jamboree going on just a few hundred feet from us. Figure skating is at an intercollegiate skating championships. Women's golf is playing. Men's volleyball is in Kansas City.
Oh, actually, they're destroying the competition
That's right.
right now.
They're 5-0. They played early.
Unbelievable.
They played earlier today. We'll see if we can get an update on that. Women's tennis is in action. Men's tennis, softball, and of course another baseball game after this one.
Yes, spring sports are absolutely just, they're all around us right now at Adrian College. We're neck deep in springtime sports fun. You can hang out with us and enjoy it with us at ACTV. We bring you a lot of the home games.
This is Jose Corneal now up to bat. He struck out earlier in the game. And you know what? We'll try to get an update on that men's volleyball game because I know they were 5-0 in round robin play, and this morning at 12 o'clock was their first winner go home game. They received the 7th seed at the D1 Club Nationals for our men's volleyball team, so we'll see if we can get an update on that And there's another strikeout there for Eric Schmidt. 3 straight on Josh Corneal, who is K'd for the second time in the game. Make that 8 Ks on the board for Eric Schmidt. 5 away from tying the Bulldog all-time record. And into the batter's box now is Blake Letty, who was also struck out earlier in this game.
It's the other first baseman I'm talking about from Alma Scots. He's similar stature to our first baseman, Colin Parcher. Batting from the other hand, though, is this one's left-handed. Falls down 0-2.
How about that, folks? Blake Letty striking out. 9 on the board now for Eric Schmidt,
This
who has
is
started
something.
this inning with back-to-back strikeouts. Austin Roski stepping into the batter's box now. Here comes the pitch, and almost hitting Roski there. We're now understanding that Jeff Nokowicz holds the Bulldog record for most strikeouts in a game with 13. He played for the Bulldogs between 05 and 08. Won a couple MIAA championships with the Bulldogs. As Eric Schmidt gets Roski to ground out there. So 3 up, 3 down for Eric Schmidt and the Bulldogs.
2 strikeouts and a ground out.
They head into the bottom of the 5th up 8-0. And as I was saying before, Jeff Nokowicz holding the Bulldog record for most strikeouts in a single game with 13, the native of Pinckney, Michigan, played between 05 and 09. Eric Schmidt is 4 strikeouts away from tying that record. The problem is he's only got 2 innings left to do it. Can he get 2 more an inning?
Is there a mercy rule in D3 college baseball?
There is no mercy rule in D3 college baseball.
All right, so yeah, he's still got. How many outs is that? He's got 6 outs left to do it. So of the last 6 outs of this game,
Yep.
5 of them need to be Ks. That's a pretty impressive statistic. 13 strikeouts through 7 innings.
Yeah. And I tell you
7
what.
times 3 is
Yeah.
21.
I tell you what else is impressive, Dan. This has been one heck of a fast game. We started at 1 o'clock. We're under an hour and a half here with only a few innings left to play.
Just zipping right through here. We might be done with this baseball day at like 5 o'clock sharp.
Well, you know what? That's great because I got to catch the Maple Leafs and Canadians pregame tonight.
Oh,
at
yeah.
6 o'clock. Last game of the year.
Oh, is it the last game? That's too bad, Frank.
Leafs are going to win tonight. I tell you that. If there's anyone out there who cares about hockey who's listening to this program, probably not.
Frank just said the Leafs are going to beat the Canadians?
Well, Dan, we can argue about that off the mic.
I don't think the Leafs are going to beat the Canadians.
We'll argue about that off the mic. Here's Frank Resto now, the catcher, stepping in. He's 0 for 2 in this game so far. And he fouls that one high and away. Eric Wenzel is going to go check on that. Just missed a Mazda. What kind of Mazda? I got a silver Mazda, Kevin. Oh, it's a hatchback. Okay, we're all right. My car can't take any more. My car can't take any more vandalism. Come on.
Mazda. It's vandalism.
Resto down 0-2 in the count to Eric Franczak, who took over last inning for Colin Nash. And having to play goaltender there is Walters, the catcher, who gets a shoulder on that to keep it in front of him.
Yeah, taking a little play out of the book of Frank Krupe there.
Well, if it was out of my book, it would have gone past him.
No, I mean, he's got the biggest chest pad in D3 hockey. You'll be fine.
There's a ball there. Count now 2-2. Yeah, you know what? I never really noticed how big my chest protector is until I watched the video.
Yeah.
It's like I'm wearing a house on my shoulders.
Yeah, it looks like you cut a garbage can in half. You're just wearing it out there on the ice.
Oh, there's a hot shot there. but it's right into the glove of the left fielder De La Rosa. Frank Resto pops up. He's now 0 for 3 in the game.
Come on, Frank.
Well, you know what's funny, Dan?
What's up?
When I played junior hockey back in the day, I used to take little pieces of plastic. You know the thick plastic? I don't know really how to describe what it was, but I used to shove things in my shoulders up here
You want like a
to
little
elevate the chest protector.
Yeah.
So it used to be up near my ears. Look at that shot. High and hard out into center field. Will it drop? Yes, it does. Wheeling
That will
around
be
to
two.
second base here is Josh Knorr going for third. Josh Knorr on his horse. Can he get there? He got him. Getting greedy there was, John Joseph, who was looking for the triple.
Looking for the Ryan Doro triple there.
Wow.
Trying to get a little bit too much out of something that wasn't quite there. The ball was hard, but it was not deep enough to get 3. John Joseph, no stranger to beating out throws, but unfortunately the outfield can corral that one in to stop him from sneaking that triple by him.
Well, you know what? John Joseph does not have a triple this year, and I guess he figured what a better time to try to get it when my team has an 8-0 game, or 8-0 win, I should say. Lead, I should say. Sorry.
That's it.
My goodness. So 2 outs now for the Bulldogs as we go back to the top of the order, and it's Josh Knorr, who is 1 for 2 in this game.
With a walk.
That's right.
I wonder when these jerseys are going to find their way up to the Arrington bookstore.
They're gorgeous jerseys.
They're awesome.
You know, they remind me of the Pittsburgh Pirates retro 1970s, 80s jerseys.
Yeah, it's just a good design.
I love it.
Whoever's in charge of that did a great job.
Here comes the 2-2 pitch, and that's not hit very hard right at the shortstop, Przinski. And he's got no problem throwing out Josh Knorr at first to end the inning, and we'll head into the top of the 6th. Bulldogs keeping the shutout intact. And more importantly, Eric Schmidt is chasing history right now on the bump, needing 4 strikeouts to tie the Bulldogs' all-time record that is held by Jeff Nokovich. He's got 9 Ks through 5 innings.
I wonder if he knows that the record is 13. I'm sure he's aware.
I'm sure guys are getting in his ear down in the dugout maybe about that. Eric Schmidt has thrown 73 pitches. No hits. 1 walk.
Definitely having a game here, Frank.
Bulldogs have recorded 2 shutouts this season. March 15th against North Central was a 5-0 win. And the day before that, March 14th, was a 1-0 win also against North Central. So 2 goose eggs this season for Adrian. 2 innings away from making that 3. Here comes first pitch. Strike for Schmidt. Into the batter's box here is Alex Przinski, who was struck out earlier in the game by Schmidt. Back-to-back strikes for the Bulldog pitcher. Now 0-2 the 1-2 the count, excuse me. Let's see a strike here, Dan. This will be nice if he's chasing that record.
He's just running out of opportunities is the only problem. It's not a skill problem.
Yeah.
He definitely has the stuff to break that record. It's just He's running out of opportunities with only 6 outs left to make. 4 of them have to be, or 5 of them have to be strikeouts.
That one is fouled into the parking lot and off of the roof.
Wenzel is on it.
Eric Wenzel's going to go check up on it. And, of course, Alex Dobrzanecki is not far behind him. We'll get an update on that foul ball. Count is 2-2 here for Pazinski. And another strike for Schmidt. Make that, oh, excuse me. Got ahead of myself there. It was a strikeout.
Still ruled a strikeout, yes, sir.
Still learning baseball, everybody. I'm a hockey and football guy, but we're picking things up here pretty quickly. That was a strike. Make that career-high 10 for Eric Schmidt, who's now 3 away from the record.
4 away from breaking it.
Wow.
It's still 5 outs left to go in this game.
So now we got the right fielder, De La Rosa, who was hit by a pitch from Schmidt. The only batter that's been hit, and now we're calling for time. I think he needs a different helmet, maybe? Looks like it.
That helmet had special speed powers that makes him run the bases faster.
All right.
No, I don't know. I don't know what kind of regulation the umpire would have been able to spot. That is confusing. Maybe I can catch up with Mr. Jablonski after the game. See why he had.
There's not a chance in. Oh wait, Alex Dobrzanecki is going to check it.
He might be able to catch that one. That one was pretty high.
It's still in the air. Here comes the 0-2 pitch. And that is popped up high. And it'll be easily handled by the Bulldog left fielder, Knorr. So 2 away here in the top of the 6th. As De La Rosa pops up.
That's one less out.
Yeah.
Eric Schmidt can.
Yeah, he can't afford that.
No. Talking like Calvin Johnson making the numbers instead of getting the scores. Like, yeah, it'd be really nice if Eric Schmidt can get all these strikeouts.
Here's Doug Walters now. He's 0 for 2.
But it would be even nicer if the Bulldogs can just win, you know? What's better? Record breaker or just a good old W? Favoring the individual statistic over the team, the team's accomplishments.
Well, we'll see how it plays out.
Schmidt's still slaying it up on the mound, though. That much is for sure.
He's way behind in this count, though. 3-0 to Doug Walters.
Catchers are the hardest batters to strike out.
As they can.
They just know that they just know the strike zones.
Read it, yeah.
They've sat right in front of home plate umpire all the entire game and know exactly where that zone is.
And that one is head high on Walters, who has issued a walk to first base. That's Eric Schmidt's second walk of the game. Dane San Miguel steps in now. He was also walked earlier in this game. Popped up in his last at bat. Just a reminder to stay tuned after this game for the second match between these two clubs. It'll be about a 15-20 minute break. Dan will go have a cigarette. I'll warm my coffee up.
Speaking of a break, Frank. ACTV gets a little bit of a vacation here. No home event broadcasts until Wednesday after today.
More importantly, a break for you, Dan.
Yeah, it's about time.
And that was Dane San Miguel grounding into Eric Schmidt, scooping that up and no problem throwing him out at first base. So, shutout staying intact.
Unable to break the record, though, now is Eric Schmidt, unfortunately. Unless, Frank,
Yep.
the Scots can score 8 runs
Yeah.
and move into extra innings. In which case, Eric Schmidt will have an opportunity to retire more batters via strikeout.
Well, you know what? The perfect, no hitter is still intact.
Hey, it's still there.
We haven't mentioned that. We've been talking about the strikeout record, but don't overlook the fact that
Well, there hasn't
Schmidt
been a
will be-
Scott on third base yet.
no,
The defense from the Adrian College Bulldog team it's a well-oiled machine. You know, it's a symphony orchestra. Everybody has their part to play, and they play their part with virtuosic expertise.
so we head into the top of the 6th now. Eric Fronczak took over for Colin Nash
Throws great, man.
in the 4th inning.
Eric Fronczak has a good arm, great location, excellent accuracy.
He's allowed 5 hits, 3 runs, 1 strike on 45 pitches thrown since he took over in relief of Colin Nash.
It's tough to pitch to this lineup, though. Killers are all around. Just straight through it. There's not a dead spot of more than 2 batters as far as statistics is concerned.
Here's the shortstop now, Ryan Doro. Doro is actually one of 2 Bulldogs who have started each and every single game this year for head coach Rainey.
Who are the other? Is that
Ryan
Josh
Doro's
Knorr?
started all 23, and Drew Schutz has started all 23 as well.
Oh, wow. I know Jeff Gertley didn't start last weekend. He was under the weather. Coach Rainey had a freshman play, Zach Leach, who played a great game last week. Good to have Jeff Gertley back in the lineup feeling healthy, but it's impressive. Ryan, when you have that kind of depth, you can have only, 2 starters that have started in every game and still have a successful season. Definitely has something to say for the Bulldog roster.
2-2 the count here. For Ryan Doro, he had an RBI triple in the 1st inning. He was then hit by a pitch and walked in his other 2 at-bats. And there's a hot shot that's thrown out there into right field, and that will land for a bloop single. Ryan Doro picks up his 2nd hit of the day. And the leadoff hitter of the inning is on 1 bag, with Jeff Gertley stepping into the batter's box.
It starts to feel all too familiar. You get one person on, then all of a sudden there's someone who can really move them around.
Jeff Gertley's got 4 RBIs this afternoon. He's also scored 3 runs himself. Look at that cannon shot out into left field, but it's hit right at the right fielder, De La Rosa.
That had a good sound to it.
That did. That looked to be good. So there will be no more RBIs for the big Gert, who pops up.
Well, look at this. The Padawan follows the master in the batting lineup now as Zach Leach, the freshman center fielder, steps up to bat.
And you can hear him getting hazed by his own dugout there. Can we get a microphone down there?
We should, yeah. Well, he did step up.
And that has popped up.
He did step up to some banjo music, so kind of got him in the mood.
And the left fielder, Dominguez, cleans that up out in the field for Alma.
right here.
Believe that was Zach Leach's first at-bat of his collegiate career.
No. He played last week. He played for...
He pitched...
He played center field for the incapacitated Gertley last weekend.
Excuse me, you're right.
But no, he's been impressive. He had a great outing last weekend for his first time out. Nick Perez and Bobby Bodette had the call on that game.
Enough said. Corey Drzwicki in the box now.
Still got to get Josh Rinaldi up in here.
Maybe we'll bring him out for Couch Day.
Definitely.
Maybe we'll have a guest color man for every inning on Couch Day.
Oh, no, that would be something.
That would be interesting.
We should make a roulette wheel with all the varsity guys on it.
I think that would be really cool, and we can bring people in from the hill.
Spin the wheel.
That'll be like a that'd be a great thing for Couch Day, honestly. Think about it.
Yeah,
you want to call half an inning of baseball? Just sign up. Couch Day. Make it part of the
$1 raffle ticket.
Make it part of the event.
$1 raffle ticket.
All right, we'll get on that.
There you go.
3-0 is the count here. And that was a strike. Looked to be outside, but umpire says it's good.
Or you just got to give us one of your lemonades.
Yeah. You got it. And there's a shot right through the gut there by the Wiz. Unable to scoop it up was the shortstop Pazinski. And make that another hit for Wiz, the second of the afternoon for him.
Are you serious, Ryan? That's the second one that should have been an error. Okay. Ryan Thompson being generous with the scorekeeping here. That one, not routine, he says.
Depends who's playing.
It's Brzezinski, not routine for him.
Here's Matt Andrus now. He's 1 for 3 this afternoon with runners at first and second. Oh, and Stompin' Tom Chalmers has now joined us in the booth. Adrian's favorite security guard. Everything safe today? We got the thumbs up. Perfect. There's a strike thrown there by Fronczak. And we might hear from Stompin' Tom a little bit later. Yeah, come on.
We'll talk about how he prevented the tornado.
The tornado was supposed to be at half an hour, but when Tom heard it was coming, he got in his car, chased it off. It was only 5 minutes. Beautiful. There's a
saved us all.
Ball thrown there by Fronczak. Count is now 2-1.
Where were you when the tornado didn't hit?
I was in my tornado shelter at my house. I actually have a little garage in the back of my house, and I actually have a sign on it that says tornado shelter. And you could bet me and my roommate were hiding out in there with blankets and lots of water and food in case things really did pick up.
Well, I mean, there's something to say about that alarm system here at Adrian College. If you want to get something a point across, that's a good way to do it.
It is.
It talks. You hear
So
the
do
words
we.
that say? Yeah, we talk a lot.
Here comes the 2-2, and that's popped up high. And it'll be easily handled by the second baseman, Roski, to end the inning for the Bulldogs as we head into the top of the 7th, which will likely be the final inning of this game unless Alma has a comeback of biblical proportion.
Or Eric Schmidt has a breakdown of astronomical proportions.
Eric Schmidt has 10 strikeouts thus far. He had 10 strikeouts last week.
Well, it'd be nice to see
Career
him.
high.
That's just insane. This guy's a monster, and he's continuing to pitch through the season as such. You know, really staking his claim as ace of the Bulldog Club here.
Yep. Has not allowed a hit through 6 innings, excuse me.
Well, if he can get 3 strikeouts here, that's a tie and a no-hitter. So that's the most amount of strikes in one no-hitter.
We're now getting word from our
This is-
SID, Ryan Thompson, that
This is surprising.
Adrian has never recorded a no-hitter. So this is great that we're here today on ACTV because
Forget the record break.
we could be witnessing history in 3 innings here. According to our SID, Ryan Thompson, as long as he can remember, the Bulldogs have not recorded a no-hitter. Eric Schmidt and the rest of this defensive corps are 3 innings away. Oh, my God, I almost jinxed it there. Schmidt grabs that and tops 1.
All right, let's not talk about it any longer. Let's just play this last half inning of baseball and get the rest of these 2 outs before we say anything that's going to put my foot in my mouth.
That was Eric Cruz that grounded out, and now it's Juan Dominguez's turn. He's 0 for 2.
Hello. Going right at Dominguez is Schmidt. That one's right down the pipe.
I lied. It's Nick Swanson, the freshman from West Bloomfield, Michigan, who is pinched hit. And he swings at that one. So it is Swanson in for Dominguez. Excuse us. The freshman infielder. The hazing is now really picking up in the Bulldog bench. Here comes the 1-2 pitch from Schmidt. And it's popped up high. Calling for it is the shortstop, Doro, and he grabs it. 1 out away from a no-hitter. And we have one last gasp here for number 20, Pat Finn, who is pinch hitting the sophomore from Allentown, Michigan.
Well, if we get it, we've definitely, if Eric Schmidt can get it, definitely disproved the commentator's curse.
That's right.
Because we've said these 2 words in tandem.
As far as our
Quite
SID,
often.
Ryan Thompson, is concerned, a Bulldog pitcher has never thrown a no-hitter. The analytics are going off in Kevin Sunday's brain right now, wherever he is.
There's a lot of numbers going through
There's
his head.
a lot of numbers going through Kevin Sunday's brain right now. Way too many for us.
The big one is 0, though.
The big one is 0, yeah.
It hits.
Which is usually what's in my brain when it comes to math.
Right.
That's why we're calm guys, right, Dan?
I was a musician, so even worse.
Oh, okay.
I only have to count to 4.
All right. So here we go, folks. Pat Finn will look to ruin Schmidt's perfect game. Excuse me, no-hitter.
Now that's good TV for you.
Yeah.
There's a net there, Laura. Nothing happened. Don't break the camera. Oh, that one had some motion on it, eh?
0-2.
That ball coming right at the chest. Zips into the heart of the plate for strike number 2.
Eric Schmidt throws it up the guts. And what a play made!
Doro!
What a play made by Doro! But he's not able to throw out Finn at first base. Unbelievable defensive effort from Ryan Doro to close that ball off up the gut, but his throw to first is a tad off the mark. And I think everyone in the broadcast booth wants to kill me right now because
Yeah, they're not
I
happy
guess
with you,
I just
Frank.
jinxed that no-hitter. Well, Dan, it's been great. I'll see you later.
All right. Hey, bye, Frank. Ouch.
As Mickey Redmond would say, geez Louise.
That's exactly what he'd say right
A
now.
freshman ruining Eric Schmidt's no-hitter in the top of the 7th. Wow.
Well, the commentator's curse definitely still does exist. Thank you for joining us for that experiment. We had an hypothesis, me and Frank, that it didn't actually exist, but now we know. It's definitely true.
And this crowd got
can't-
very quiet, as did the Bulldog dugout after that. They were just sucked out everyone's lungs here.
I can't believe Doro was able to close that gap.
Frank the Black Cat Krupe is what they're calling me now up here. It's not as bad as Ryan under the ladder Thompson, though. Here comes the pitch. And it's right at Doro, and this time he'll have no problem ending the inning. In frustration, he slams a ball on the ground, though. And the Bulldogs win 8-0 here in the first half of this doubleheader against Alma College. Eric Schmidt was one batter away from the Bulldogs' first ever no-hitter. But Bulldogs win. They have now won 8 of their last 7. And they've now scored 50 runs in their last 9 games.
Now that's an offensive,
Did I say 8 of 7? I meant 8 of 9. Dan, I'm speechless right now.
Yeah.
I don't know what to say. I feel like I feel like I blew it.
But honestly, that's kind of some superstitious stuff, butterfly effect. Like, what if you know?
Well,
what if you know what the problem was, Frank? Is I asked for a fruit punch Gatorade, and the ladies at the concession stand gave me a strawberry lemonade Gatorade. So that's why we actually didn't get the no-no.
We're gonna take a little break here. First, we're gonna hear from our ball boys, Eric and Alex. What exactly are you guys doing? I want to know, because I didn't see you guys recover one foul ball.
I got one. It was out behind the dumpster there. Picked it up, gave it to the Adrian guy, and that was it.
Okay, so Pops was 1 for 20 on foul balls.
They're bench. They're pretty alert out there. Hopping on those balls pretty quick. So you do what you can.
All right, Alex, you were more of a like a supervisor role today. Every time Wenzel went out to go recover a foul ball, you were not too far behind him, keeping a watchful eye.
I was Nicolay's field, or their eye in the sky today. I was just the watcher. I was recruiting out there, telling people to go get the balls and whatnot, so that was my job today.
All right, are you guys sticking around for the second game?
Nah.
Why not?
Nah.
All right, get the heck out of here, both of you.
Well, it was Eric Pops Wenzel and Alex the delegator.
So the Bulldogs win by a score of 8-0.
We're gonna take a break.
They pick up their
That's 11 in the MIAA.
11th MIAA victory. McCoy Drzwicki and the Big Gert doing the damage at the plate for the Bulldogs. And, of course, Eric Schmidt finishes with 10 Ks and only 1 hit allowed. We're going to take a quick commercial break, but don't you go anywhere. Coming up in about 15-20 minutes, the second game between Adrian College and Alma College with Frank Krupe and Dan Steinkov right here on ACTV. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the second half of our baseball doubleheader here on ACTV at Nicolay Field. Bulldogs took the first match from Albion by a score of 8-0, pushing their overall win total to 18 on the season. And they'll be looking to complete the season sweep of Alma College for the 6th straight season, Dan.
It's history soaked in losses for the Scots here at Nicolay Field.
There's an leadoff single there by Alma for number 18, Juan De La Rosa. So Alma had one hit last game, only one hit.
Came in late, top of the 7th inning.
Came in late, and they lead off with a hit here.
Pitching for the Bulldogs now, Tommy Yang. Tommy he's from East China, Michigan. Troy, Michigan, excuse me. Graduate of Athens, 5'11", junior.
Tommy Yang is another pitcher who's had a very nice season for the Bulldogs. He's coming in with a 2.89 ERA. 2 wins in 7 appearances. He's given up 17 hits, no home runs, 13 strikeouts on the year for Tommy Yang.
Tommy just now recently stepping into the starting pitcher's position. Originally a third baseman and outfielder for the Bulldog club. Grown into his newfound position pretty well. Catcher Doug Walters up at bat now. Walters out of Brighton, Michigan. Eng's second delivery to Walters is in there for strike number 1. Counts even. 1 ball and 1 strike.
Walters was 1 for 2 with a walk in our earlier game this afternoon. And looking to steal second there was De La Rosa, just getting back in time to first base with Tommy Yang keeping a watchful eye on him. 1-1 pitch to Walters, and taking off for second is De La Rosa. And a nice defensive play made by Doro, but the throw is off the mark. Good play by the shortstop, Ryan Doro, to again close off the infield, but not able to throw out Walters at first. De La Rosa gets ahead of steam, and off to second he goes. So now with none out in the top of the first, almost got the pressure on the Bulldogs.
The Scots skipper, Scott Kingston, calling a textbook hit and run there, pulling Ryan Doro off of the play, trying to cover the base on the stolen base play. And Walters able to put one right at where he was standing for a successful hit and run.
So now it's San Miguel into the batter's box. He was also 1 for 2 with a walk earlier today.
Might see a little bit more offense out of the Scots now that they're not battling against the ace, Eric Schmidt.
San Miguel showing bunt here. Pulls it away, didn't like it.
Sometimes it's better to get another chance at a bunt rather than taking a poke at one you can't put in a good location, flying out or putting one down there. They could easily get a triple play off of that high pitch is not a good decision. So holding off there is San Miguel.
1-1 pitch, and it's outside. Bulldogs line up defensively very similar to the first game we saw this afternoon. The only change for Adrian comes at second base. Strzyzwicki checks in for John Joseph at second. Every other position remains the same. Runners on first and second. For San Miguel. Hit hard into the ground in front of him. Foul ball.
Tommy Eng finding himself in a little bit of hot water here with 2 men on and no outs. On top of the first here in the second game of a doubleheader against the Scots of Alma College.
Struck him out. Nice pitch there from Tommy Eng. Picks up his first K of the day. As San Miguel goes down looking.
Bring him number 26, the designated hitter this time around, Eric Cruz. The big New Yorker from the Bronx.
He was 0 for 2 in the first game this afternoon. With a strikeout and a pop-up.
Have you ever had a Sbarro pizza?
No, what's that, Dan?
You've never had pizza from Sbarro, Frank?
I don't think so.
You got to find a mall that's got a Sbarro in it. They got some great New York style pizza by the slice. You can only really find them in mall food courts.
All right.
But it's some good New York style pizza, and seeing all these New Yorkers up on their lineup here from the Scots, it kind of makes me want some of that.
2-0 pitch to Cruz here. De La Rosa on second, Walters on first.
Beauty.
Nice strike there, Dan. What'd you see?
Well, I mean, Tommy Yang doesn't throw too many breaking balls, but his location with the fastball is fairly impeccable. That one's on the lower outside corner, not much that Cruz can do with. Tries to battle back with one more strike. Count 2-1.
Well, taking off for third, there's De La Rosa. And that was fouled off hard. De La Rosa had a stolen base as well in the first game these two teams played earlier this afternoon, so I'm sure the Bulldogs defenders are well aware of his speed and willingness to attempt stealing bases.
Yeah, there's always doubleheader, way of doing things here in college baseball. It really changes up how the second game is played.
Absolutely.
Could you imagine going after the same team, for another 60 minutes of skating?
Oh, and hit there by the pitch was Cruz. And this is going to load the bases, which means, Dan, it's time to stand up.
Coach Rainey is going to head out and talk to the umpire there. Unhappy with the call. Apparently, he feels like the batter might have moved his leg a little bit to get in the way of that ball, but
I don't think so, Dan. From up here, it looked like that was a pretty clean hit. Ball catching Cruz on the hip, it looked like there.
Unfortunately, the story of that is the batter is entitled to that box, and whatever he does inside of it is his own business.
Mm-hmm. So now we've got Juan Dominguez up to the plate with 1 out, and the bases jarred. The senior from New York with a big opportunity to put Alma ahead early. And wouldn't this be huge, Dan, after Alma was spanked 8-0. And a hot shot is out there into right field. This is going to score at least one. And Dominguez does his part. RBI single. Shifts everyone around. De La Rosa coming in to score. Dominguez to first. And the bases are still loaded now for Cornell.
Yeah, after an 8-0 shutout, being able to juice the bases in the first inning is really big for the Scots of Alma. Wonder what they had to eat at the break.
So So it's Cornell now. He was struck out twice in the earlier game this afternoon. Big opportunity for him. Dominguez picked up his team high 12th RBI a moment ago. Cornell looking for his 8th here. Oh, watch out. That's got to hurt.
Even with the protective gear on, those balls can find a way to bang off those pressure points in the ankle and make it sting. He's going to walk it off. It might be a little bit here. That hurts, Frank. I mean, it's no 98-mile-per-hour slap shot to the wrist. But a foul ball to the ankle be just as big of a doozy.
One out here in the top of the first. Bases loaded for Cornell. Here comes the pitch. Strike.
Frankie lost his face there a little bit. Don't know if it was off the end of the bat or the ball.
That's a rough at bat here for Cornell.
He's taking a little bit of damage out there, for sure.
1 ball and 2 strikes. Nice pitch there.
Dang.
Strike 3 on Cornell. He goes down looking.
It's a big strikeout here for Ang. Trying to stop the bleeding here at 1. Still got 3 men on. And the first baseman, Letty, comma Blake, question mark. I think that's his first name.
Yep, Blake Letty. He struck out twice in the earlier game this afternoon. And as I mentioned before, this Alma team, incredibly, does not have a single home run all year, Dan. No one on the Alma roster has recorded a home run. This would be one heck of a time.
I do wonder
for
how
Letty. That's true. Yeah, just reading stats. Ryan Hornack, one of our SIDs, is giggling.
I wonder how long the field is over at Alma.
I don't know.
Well, I wonder if their
That's a
field
good
is
question.
is
it
it
a little bigger than usual? You know, that's
Well,
kind of an unusual thing for
yeah.
one guy not to have a home run.
on a whole club of big
On the
New
whole club?
Yorkers?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, they ought to put one over the fence soon.
Here comes the pitch. It's low and away.
Gotta get out of the way of that one is Letty. That one's coming across almost at his shins. Counts even at 1-1.
Bases loaded. Letty waiting for the 1-1 pitch. A swing and a miss there from Letty for strike 2.
Those fastballs can look like giant prime ribs when you got 3 ducks on a pond. Really anxious to take a bite out of that one was Letty. How's that for color commentary? That's not bad.
Yeah, there you go. Love it. Comes the 1-2 pitch to Letty.
Oh,
Way outside, and a nice glove save there made by Frank Resto. Frank Krupe style. He had to stretch out and grab that one.
oh man. I'm not even going to touch that one.
No, don't.
Frank Resto assuredly enjoying the sunshine down there. Freshman from Miami, Florida.
Here comes the 2-2 pitch. And again, it's away to the glove hand side of Frank Resto, who is going to have to hustle to grab that. No damage done, though. And now things are interesting. Full count. Bases juiced. Frank and Dan are on their feet.
2 outs here. Tommy Yang 1 strike away from ending a pretty large jam with only giving up 1 run. But on the other hand, on the other side of that same coin is a walk, which will score 1 run and probably warrant a mound visit for Tommy Yang.
Here we go. And a grounder there is picked up by the third baseman. Can he get him at first? And he does. Nice play there from the Bulldog third baseman, Matt Andres. And Tommy Yang gets out of a huge jam despite giving up 4 hits in the inning. Only 1 run on the board, so a major sigh of relief from Tommy Yang and the rest of the Bulldog dugout. 21 pitches thrown for Tommy Yang, and they get out of that one.
Yeah, not the best inning out of the starting pitcher for the Bulldogs, Tommy Yang. He walks a couple of runners, including 1 hit by pitch. But the defensive curtain that is the Bulldogs behind him are able to keep his head above water and stop the bleeding at 1 run. If Tommy Yang can continue to play some pitches that'll yield some easily fieldable balls for the Bulldogs, I'm sure he'll do just fine. Stepping on the mound, however, for the Scots is the Flushing native Matt Lonstein, right-handed pitching junior. He's a tall guy. String bean out there, 6'8".
Yeah, he is a big boy. Do we have to zoom out to get him in the shot or what?
Yeah, we do definitely have to increase the headroom for this young man. He has the height for sure.
Colin Nash with a 4.40 ERA in 6 appearances for Alma. He's given up 30 hits, struck out 9, allowed no home runs. And he is a string bean, as you're right there. Big guy.
Yeah, but those long kind of arms it's good for a pitcher. You can kind of utilize the leverage to his advantage, stretching out and pulling down, but kind of looks like he short arms it a little bit to zip in on his breaking balls. We'll see if Josh Knorr can get a read on him. As he steps in for his first cuts of the day, of this game.
Bulldog batting order remains exactly as it was.
Almost.
Parcher and Anderson switching respective spots. They switched to 6-7 spot, and other than that,
If it's not broken.
don't fix it.
Good location from the 6'8 junior Lonstein.
There's a shot out to the shortstop. Picked up. And a nice play made by Pazinski to throw out Josh Knorr, the leadoff batter. Grounding out, and now we'll take a look at Ryan Doro, who was hit by a pitch, walked, had a single, and an RBI triple earlier today.
You had a game earlier this afternoon for sure, but what more do you want out of the former MIAA Rookie of the Year, Ryan Doro? It always surprises me when he takes his helmet off. The color of his hair is shocking to me every single time.
That one is fouled high and away. And we have new ball boys now. Nick Sackleropoulos has checked in for Alex Doberzanecki and Eric Wenzel. See, the good thing about Nicky Sack is he can do the job of 2 people, unlike just having Wenzel and Doberzanecki here.
Right. Well, he understands if he does his job well, he can usually get back in time.
Yeah.
And see where the other one's going. Nick Sack is a big man.
He is a big man. He's my roommate. Good kid. So here comes a 1-2 pitch to Ryan Doro. Way outside there.
You know where Flushing, Michigan is?
No, I don't.
It's up towards the. It's up in the 810,
Where's that?
towards Flint area.
All right. Ryan Doro's a native of South Haven, Michigan.
But Matt Launstein from Flushing, the pitcher.
And again, that's right at the shortstop. Pazinski, who for the second time in the first two batters picks up a ground ball and throws out his man at one.
Back-to-back 6-3 ground outs for the Bulldogs. Brings up 2 outs. And Jeff Gertley, the center fielder.
Gertley had his team-high 6th home run earlier today to go along with 4 RBIs and 3 runs scored in himself. Fouls that one off. 2 outs here in the bottom of the first.
Big swing from the big Gert.
And there's a strike there from the junior pitcher, Launstein, who goes 3 up, 3 down to start the game. No hits, no errors. Good start to the game here for Alma, who have maybe gained back a little bit of confidence to start this second game that they definitely lost in that first game earlier today. And this might be a bit of a tighter affair here, Dan.
Yeah, the doubleheader game style is it's interesting because a team can be shut out by a score of 8-0 and then come back and have enough time to digest the previous loss to come back and really play a game.
Nick, did you find the foul ball?
Nope. Some little kid got it.
Little kid caught it. You got to do your job a little better than that. Come on, Nick. You got to get on that little kid, yeah. So Tommy Yang, he got roughed up in the first inning, Dan. He gave up 3 hits on 22 pitches. Allowed 1 run. Going to see him settle down a little bit here in the second inning.
Yeah, Tommy Ng and Eric Schmidt are 2 philosophically different pitchers. Eric Schmidt kind of blowing them by, trying to scoot it. As you could see by the number of strikeouts in the previous game, we're not going to see as many strikeouts here because Tommy Yang is the kind of pitcher that's going to want contact to happen. It's just controlling the contact is going to be Tommy Ng's job, trying to keep those balls on the ground or easily fieldable while they're in the air.
Austin Rosek leading off the second inning. Freshman from Warren, Michigan. He was 0 for 2 in the first game.
Little high on that one is Tommy. Ball 1 called. And the first pitch at the top of the second inning.
Two balls to Rosek, who has 4 hits in 7 games played this year for Alma. There's another ball, now down 0-3. Or excuse me, that was a strike. Wow, how about that? That's why you're here, Dan.
Yeah, hey.
Pick up on my miscues. Shot there, out to the second baseman. Cleaned up and thrown out, no problem there.
Drzwicki departure on that easy 4-3 ground out. First out of the top of the second inning.
Pazinski now.
Numero 8.
Struck out twice
From Farmington Hills.
in the earlier game.
Went to Detroit Catholic Central.
Showing bunt here. That's foul.
Friend of mine went to Detroit CC. His name's Ben Enderby. Ben, you know Brzezinski?
Is that the clown sitting behind us?
It's actually Paczynski, but yes. I went to
Kindergarten.
It's Paczynski. Well, we'd like to apologize to all the Alma faithful who are tuned in right now. We've been pronouncing his name wrong. Paczynski. Paczynski. Excuse us. Our apologies on behalf of ACTV.
I'm not good with the Polish names. They get me every time.
Paczynski.
Every time. If there's a ski or a vitch or I'm lost. I'm screwed. So apologies to the Paczynski family.
Paczynski is second on this Alma club with 17 hits. Comes a 2-1 pitch from Ang. And it's again shot right at Ryan Doro, who will get him in time at first base.
6-3 ground out for out number 2. Like I was saying, majority of Ang's outs production is going to come from his defensive curtain. Throwing pitches that are going to yield easily fieldable balls. That's going to be the defensive game here for the Bulldogs.
To the top of the order we go. De La Rosa, who singled off Ang to open the game. Takes a strike.
We've got some good facilities out here for Adrian College baseball.
We sure do. Nicolay Field is gorgeous. Built in 2007. And since then, this Bulldog team has been filling the backfield with banners.
Unbelievable.
Been a very successful ball club here in the last couple of years.
Hopefully on their 7th regional quest here in this season for 2015. We've got 6 in a row right now, looking to extend it to 7. I mean, when you get to regional 7 years in a row, that's a dynasty.
Yeah. Definitely a powerhouse in Division III Michigan baseball. And there's a hit there from De La Rosa, and it's going to drop. A blooper into center field. His team high 22nd hit of the year for De La Rosa. Nice piece of hitting there. So Walters will step into the box now with 2 out and De La Rosa on first.
Did I ever tell you the story about how when I worked for Plant over the summer here a couple years back?
What's that?
Well, I worked here with Grant Telfer.
Telf Daddy.
We're like, where's Grant? Where'd he go? We found out he was out here trying to mow the lawn.
Now taking off for second. Here's De La Rosa. Will he get there in time? He does. Not able to handle the throw from Frank Resto. Was second baseman Druzwicki. And that's the second stolen base of the day for De La Rosa, who stole one earlier in the game, in the other game this afternoon, I should say.
Good bit of base running from De La Rosa, especially in the latter moments of that play. Saw the throw from Resto was coming, and that slide was perfectly positioned to break up that play to Druzwicki. Had the slide bet any different, there's a chance that Druzwicki might have been able to make a better play on that ball. Regardless, De La Rosa's on second.
His 5th stolen base of the year. Walters in the batter's box now. He singled off Ang in the first inning of this game. And there's a hot shot that gets by the third baseman Andrus. Coming in to score here is going to be De La Rosa. Pitch is off the mark. And now caught here in a rundown is Walters. Can the Bulldogs get him? No problem. They get him there for the 3rd out of the game. But Alma does some damage here in the 2nd inning as they extend their lead to 3. over the Bulldogs. Walter's not getting looked at by the trainer as he's limping to the dugout now. May have pulled a hamstring in that rundown. He's noticeably limping into the dugout. We'll keep an eye on that.
Well, it'll be easy to see whether or not he's going to return to this game, as his number is easily seen. His back is the only one who's to us, as he's at the catcher position. Hopefully he's all right.
Two nothing is the score. Excuse me, folks. I said 3 before. There was 3 up on the board. A couple guys made that mistake.
Not just you.
No. Walters drives in De La Rosa and then gets caught in the rundown to end the inning. So Bulldogs in a 2-0 hole as we head into the bottom of 2.
There's not a really worse place in sports than out in the middle of the base path and a rundown. Well, the statistics kind of go in favor of you just giving up.
Yeah, exactly.
Better chance of not screwing everything up.
And it's, I mean, you almost want to give up, and then you see Walters hobbling off into the dugout. What for?
For an out.
For an out. So
he's still here.
Well, he's back behind the plate now, so in the catching position, so he looks to be all right.
Whatever it wasn't serious enough to stop him from continuing the game. Is a little bit of wince in his face, though, as he reaches down for that batting glove.
Yep. So the freshman Lonstein goes back to work on the mound. He went 3 up, 3 down against Bulldog batters in the first inning, throwing 11 pitches. Schutz leading off for the Bulldogs here. He had 2 hits in the earlier game this afternoon.
Schutz looks at the first one, called strike.
That pitch is away outside. Schutz, as I mentioned before, is one of only 2 players, Drew Schutz and Ryan Doro, are the only 2 Bulldogs to start every single game for Adrian this year. They've started all 23. That pitch is thrown away there. Count is 3-1. And Schutz takes the walk there. Good eye not to swing at that. So the perfect game gone.
Yeah, there goes. Sorry,
Lonstein.
Lonstein.
Now we'll get a look at Drew Zwicky, who had 2 hits and an RBI earlier today.
There's a battle of 2 titans going on right now at Nicolay Field. Drzwicki and Lonstein. Just 2 tall dudes
Big
battling
boys.
out. Yeah.
How's the air up there, fellas?
They're eye level with us here in the press box.
Yeah. Drzwicki leads this Bulldog club in batting average at .385. He's enjoying a nice season. 2 home runs on the year.
I really like how Coach Rainey has his DH batting a little bit later in the lineup than a lot of baseball teams do. Usually you see the designated hitter in the cleanup position at 4.
And that is going to be a good hit, it looks like. No, they call him out. Wow. much to the displeasure of the crowd. That looked to be good up here. Drzwicki cannot beat out the throw from Paczynski. He made a wonderful play at shortstop there for Alma. And now it's Cody Parcher.
Well, it's crazy to have legs as long as Drzwicki's. You take 7 steps, you're at first base. That play must have happened quicker than a blink of an eye. Excellent play by Paczynski there at shortstop to make the out.
Parcher had a hit earlier today in the first game.
Beautiful pitch. The inside corner. Not much Colin Parcher could have done with that one.
Batting .250 on the year is Parcher. In the hole 0-2. Here comes the pitch. Takes a swing at it, and it's right at the shortstop. And not on the bag there. It looked like was the third baseman, San Miguel.
Well, not a force out there because nobody was on first. So in order to get that out, the third baseman needed to get the tag on the runner.
That's right.
You gone to see the new weight room yet, Frankie? I know you're not much for the...
I've popped in there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've popped in there.
Sit in the sauna, sweat out a little bit.
I did go in the sauna. It's fantastic in there. Let me tell you, there's the amount of space.
Well, it's just
the room-
nice not disrupting anybody.
The room that's up there is fantastic and all state-of-the-art equipment.
It's not like it was intimidating walking into such a small space, you know, but it's just when sports teams are in there, you know, it's nice to not have to get in their way. The space really makes it nice for the common folk.
Absolutely.
Like myself. The ones not benching weight, you know, benching body weight.
Well, we're in the gym right now, Dan.
Oh, that's true.
This is our version of going to the
Yeah.
gym and working out.
Yeah.
Giving the vocals some reps.
I hold like 4 ounces of microphone. It's a static lift.
So this is Andrus now looking at a 2-1 pitch. Fouls it off. Oh, and watch out there. Almost took one of the Bulldog heads off there in the dugout.
Some dangerous lumber there from Matt Andrus. Ever watch Hey Arnold?
Yeah.
Remember that episode? Dangerous
probably
lumber?
Not. Probably
It's a
not.
good one.
Andrus was 1 for 3 in the game earlier today.
Oh, man.
What a pitch there. Andrus goes down looking. Onstein throwing some heat for his second strikeout of the game. No damage done there. And we head into the top of third with the Bulldogs still down 2-0.
Getting stymied offensively are the Bulldogs by the efforts of Lonstein. Pitching a really excellent game here.
Wasn't
the location on his fastball being pretty spot on, yielding easily fieldable balls for the Scots defenseman.
Well, as I mentioned before, Dan, it is a very busy day in Bulldog land today. Women's softball, they're also playing in Alma. They dropped that game by a score of 6-0, and that's now 4 MIAA losses for our women's softball team here in Adrian, and they're in a bit of trouble if they don't turn things around in the conference. They're currently down 2-0 in the bottom of the second in their doubleheader over at Alma, so we'll keep you updated on the women's side of baseball.
Adrian College men's lacrosse was away in Holland taking on the Flying Dutchman of Hope. That game wrapped up with a score of 18-6 in favor of the Adrian College Bulldogs. Great game played by our men's lax team.
And then, of course, our men's volleyball team, we were talking about them earlier. They're out in Kansas City, Missouri, for the national championships. They fell 2-0 to Sonoma State. Excuse me. So their season is effectively ended today. A heck of a run for our men's volleyball team, making it all the way to nationals and into the elimination round, but they fall short against Sonoma State, 2-0. So they'll be heading home.
The breaking ball out of the hand of Tommy Yang drops in there for strike 2. That one had some pretty motion on it.
And this is San Miguel in the batter's box now. Tommy Yang struck him out in the first inning. Miguel pops that one high and away.
Yeah, not all of that one found its way onto the bat of San Miguel. If Adrian College can take this game again, they will be 2 games up the second place Kalamazoo College in the MIAA. 2 games ahead. That's a big distance to travel.
Yep.
When games are happening all the time.
And in third right now in MIAA is Albion, and then it's Alma sitting in fourth at 5-8.
The 4th team in the MIAA has a losing record.
We need some analytics on that. Where's Kevin Sunday?
Kevin Sunday?
He's
We need
gone.
Sunday's numbers.
Comes the 2-2 pitch, and struck out on that was San Miguel as he slams his bat into the ground in frustration as he strikes out for the second time this game.
We should stream that game.
Ang recording first out of the inning. Here's the DH, Eric Cruz, who was hit by a pitch in the first inning of this game. Cruz, a junior from Brooklyn, New York.
What do you put on your hot dog, Frank?
What do I put on my hot dog? Well, it depends. Are we talking about an Italian sausage or a Coney
No,
Island?
I'm talking about a Vienna sausage, Kogel's
Hmm.
Vienna sausage, like ballpark Frank, man.
Ballpark Frank?
Yeah.
It needs nothing. It's named after me. I'll take
Nothing?
it as it is. I'll take it as it is.
Dry dog kind of guy.
Oh, wow. And watch out there. That was a hard foul ball that went into the stands. Looked like it hit someone. She's okay. It looked like a fan took that foul ball pretty hard in the shoulder. Shaken up. I think we've got our security guard, Rob Trevino, going to check on her. And there was Cruz popping up for the second out.
Well, there's not better hands you can be in than Rob Trevino's as far as emergency scenarios are concerned.
Yeah, she'll be a little black and blue after that, but she looks to be okay in the stands. Yeah, she's waving to the crowd. She's all right.
Those of you at home, please, big round of applause. For the Bulldog fan that didn't buy a souvenir and got one anyways.
Nice bunt here from Juan Dominguez, and that is executed to perfection.
Foul ball.
Foul ball, excuse me.
Frankie Resto knew that was going to roll foul. He was just going to wait for it because by the time anybody was able to field it, he would have already been standing on first. A great bunt indeed. Unfortunately, off the bat with a little bit of rotation, causing it to spin off into the foul territory.
Almost executed to perfection.
Yeah, you don't want it to go too far. You don't want it to not go far enough.
Yeah.
That was a pretty good bunt. A little too much spin on it.
Nice strike there thrown from Tommy Yang.
Little bit of motion on that. Looked maybe like a two-seam fastball. Tommy Yang does have the arm speed to throw such a thing.
Dominguez recorded an RBI single to put Alma up 2-0 back in the first inning. Looking at the 1-2 pitch here.
Must have been a little high there, Frank.
I think so.
They're doing something over there on the Bulldog bench. Not quite sure what it is.
Yeah, that's really interesting what they're doing over there. That ball's popped up, and it's going to stay fair and caught by Drzwicki to end the inning.
We'll have to find out the story behind those little shenanigans from the bench.
Yeah, that was pretty cool. Not sure exactly what that was. From our vantage point up here, the entire Bulldog bench had their hand behind their head, shaking.
And then one forward out and extending. Both hands were involved in this motion. Kind of looked like the old sprinkler move of disco era.
Yeah.
But I'm not sure what that has to do with. Well, especially when you got a right-handed batter in the box and
Right.
he can't look at you.
Yeah. So we head into the bottom of the third with the Bulldogs down 2-rip.
Yeah, that's due to the efforts of Launstein on the mound. Getting that long arm around of his looks like it takes about a week and a half to get from back to front because of how long it is. Just a slingshot.
The Bulldogs recorded 13 hits in the first game this afternoon. As we head into the bottom of the third, they have not recorded one. Frank Rusto will be first up here in the third to try to get on for the Bulldogs.
Adrian College's personal Pudge Rodriguez. Reminds me a lot of old Ivan from his days on the Tiger Club.
How about Mike Piazza?
Mike Piazza had a little bit more of an impressive offensive stat line, in my opinion, than Ivan Rodriguez, but Pudge would step up to the bat when needed and do what is asked of him.
Mm-hmm.
And that is what Frank Resto does. He is a task batter. When he's got a job at hand, he executes it well, but unfortunately when he is told to grip it and rip it, doesn't really find too much open space.
Resto has struggled a bit offensively this year. Only batting .208. The freshman was 0 for 3 in the earlier game today. He's only got 5 hits on the year, and he takes a strike there. And he cracks that one up to the shortstop, who throws Resto out with ease. Paczynski there with a nice play. And the last batter in the Bulldog lineup here, John Joseph.
The J train. JJ Trey.
That one is popped up high
Yeah.
to the second baseman, Roski. for the second out of the inning. So the top of the order we go. Josh Knorr, who grounded out earlier in the game.
See if the hometown hero can get something started. It's not too late in this game to get some offense going for the Bulldogs. They are down 2-0 in the bottom of the third, but still plenty of ball game left to play.
Absolutely. Knorr takes a ball there. Good strike thrown by Lonstein. Count now 1-2. Josh Knorr with the team high 11 doubles this year for the Bulldogs. Looking at the 2-2 pitch. And that is low and away. Alma bench up in arms thinking that was a strike.
Much to the chagrin of the Scots, that one's ruled a ball in the low outside corner.
We got a full count. Here comes the pitch. Hit hard right at the shortstop, Paczynski, who will throw out Knorr. So Lonstein has retired 9 of the 10 batters he has faced.
Holy cow. We're 3 outs away from being halfway through this game.
Another quick game here, Dan.
It's only been about 20 minutes, Frank.
Yeah.
We're flying. Might be time to watch the rest of the Masters.
What's the second day cut? Do you know? How many more go?
I wish I could golf. I'm terrible.
So am I, Dan. I'm terrible.
It just seems like it's
Terrible.
one of those sports like bowling.
I'm actually pretty good at bowling,
But
though.
you got to spend money to get good at it.
You do.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's not something you can practice without spending money.
And you know the thing with golf is, it's unlike hockey or basketball or baseball, where if you suck, you can still go out and have fun. You know what I mean? If you're a crummy hockey player, you can still go out and hack around and have fun. If you're a crummy soccer player, you can go out and have fun.
Oh, yeah.
If you can't golf,
No,
you're going to break all of your clubs and lose all your balls.
Yeah, for sure.
So that's why I don't golf. And
And,
you know what?
and there's at least $20 down the drain, 40 if you got a cart.
Yeah. It's ridiculous.
And then another $1,600 because you're just gone through your brand new fairway set. I'm not about it.
Last time I was on a golf course, Dan, playing in an actual game, I kid you not, was probably 7 years ago.
Yeah.
You want to talk about mini putt?
Oh no, that's where we're at.
That's a far different story.
This is a different ball game.
Yes.
Speaking of which,
There's Corneal with a bunt attempt, and it's right at Ang, who will throw him out at 1 for the first out of the 4th inning. Tommy Ang has given up 5 hits. Struck out 2 on 47 pitches thrown thus far. And our campus safety man, Rob Trevino,
Trevino
he
just threw me a pack of 1992.
a full pack of baseball cards.
Yeah, hold on. We're going to get through these real quick.
No, this is what we're going to do. We are going to reveal one player from this pack of cards every half inning.
Okay, all right.
All right.
Perfect.
All right.
Perfect.
The first guy on the front.
Okay, hey, if you
All
can
right, sorry.
tweet in to @Adrian College TV and guess both mine and Frank Krupe's birthdays, I will ship you this pack of cards found by security guard Rob Trevino.
And that was Letty was just smoked by a pitch. Oh, no, the umpire was hit.
You know,
Blake Letty trying to sell that for the cameras. He looks like he's coming back, and yeah, the umpire took that right
oh yeah,
on the
that's
hand.
there's a big old knot on the top of his wrist. That is not good. He's gonna need to leave the field.
Oh, jeez.
You know, I'm an umpire, MHSAA certified for about 14 years now,
Okay.
and I've taken plenty off the wrist, but that one looks pretty brutal. You can see the knot all the way up here from Frank and Shirley press box.
Jeez.
That's not a good look.
You know what? This is a good time to reveal the first card, Dan. What do we
Here
have?
go. All right, well, I'm going to open this pack here.
What's the first baseball card we pull out? So our campus security guard, Rob Trevino, just threw us a pack of 1980, late 80s baseball cards. What's the first name we pull out of there, Dan?
Okay, so from the Kansas City Royals, we've got the left field and DH, Kirk Gibson.
Wow.
Pontiac, Michigan native, born May 28th, 1957. Bats left, throws left, weighed 215, and height 6'3". These are actually some pretty cool cards here, Frank. I am looking back here. There's a business card in this pack. DM3collectibles.com.
Pontiac, Michigan native. Kirk Gibson. We'll find out who the next,
Go figure.
what the next card out of the pack is. The latter half
These are fun.
of the fourth inning here.
All right, yeah, tweet in at Adrian College TV if you can tell me the first team that Kirk Gibson played on starting in 1979.
How about that? Wasn't the Jays, that's for sure.
It was not the Jays. Kirk Gibson never played for the Jays.
No.
Played for 3 teams. One team from 1979 to 87. Another team from 88 to 90. Finishing career in 91 with the Royals. Let me know if you know where Kirk Gibson started his major league career.
The umpire now with a giant bag of ice on his forearm.
I don't think I've ever seen an arm knot up that fast, Frank.
Yeah, that's incredible. I mean, I'm not sure if our viewers can see it with our camera angle, but there's literally a lump in the size of his forearm. You know, the
It looked like
size
the
of a
baseball
tennis
got
ball.
caught inside his forearm.
Oh man, poor guy. That's, you hope the best for him, but you got to think. I mean, you hope he's not broken or.
Occupational hazard there.
Yeah. Women's softball, they're now down 3-0 in Alma as they head into the top of the fourth. And that's a big game for them. As our one of our SIDs, Ryan Hornack, was telling us, if they drop that, that'll be 5 losses in the MIAA for our women's softball team, and then they'll really be up against it the rest of the season to try to claim one of those top 4 spots in the MIAA. They lost the first game 3-0. So we'll keep you updated on that as well, as our women's team is in Alma. And Alma is out to a 2-0 lead on the Bulldogs here in the second half of this doubleheader after Adrian slapped them around the field in the first game, recording 13 hits and scoring 8 runs.
You know, I think the umpire was calling a pretty good game. A slap on the wrist that bad is kind of unwarranted. Well, that's a literal slap on the wrist.
Looking ahead, the Bulldogs will be in Alma tomorrow.
They were supposed to be there today.
They were supposed to be there today, that's right, Dan.
A little bit of field troubles.
But the field issues, we reversed the home-and-home series. So the Bulldogs will be in Alma tomorrow for a doubleheader. First pitch goes at 1. Second game, I should say, goes at 3:30. And you know what? It's amazing, Dan. This Bulldog club has not lost to Alma since 2008. They've won 25 straight games against the Alma Scots. Last time they lost was a 5-4 loss back in 08, and they've won all 25 matches they've played since then.
Well, 2008 was a really, really big year for Adrian College Baseball Club. That was when we went to the World Series.
That's right.
And ended up in the Final Four.
That's right.
Since then, haven't really made a Nationals playoff, but regionals winners for the past 6 years, almost 7 years. So, yeah, 25 straight, 26 now.
20. Well, no, I included the 25.
Oh,
in that.
okay,
Yeah,
so
it was
25
24,
straight wins
yeah.
for the
That's
Bulldogs.
fantastic.
Well, Frank, that win streak is almost going away here. Is that they're down 0-2 almost halfway through this game.
Well, if they do lose, it'll be my fault for jinxing it, right? Just
Right,
like
hey,
the earlier
yeah.
game, yeah.
It's always blame Frank. Blame Canada.
Blame Canada.
You never really know how much that's true until
Yeah.
you spend some time with a Canadian. I blame Canada more often than I think anybody does.
Full count here for Letty. Umpire staying in the game. He's going to tough it out. Here comes the 3-2 pitch from Ang. And it's high and away. Letty's going to take first base.
So apparently no one really wants these baseball cards. We got no guesses on either of our birthdays.
Can I bring him home, Dan?
I'll give you half.
All right, perfect.
I got some good ideas for these.
All right. Now it's the first baseman, Austin Rosek.
Arts and crafts,
All right. Rosek with one out and Letty on first. Showing bunt. Pulls it away.
Frank, it's a good thing we don't have higher fidelity microphones
Why is that?
because there's a lot of people up here.
Yeah, honestly. We need a traffic guard up here in the booth.
Press passes.
Yeah, we got to start issuing press passes.
Yeah. Everyone up here would get one, though, is the problem.
Yeah. Yeah, there probably wouldn't be a few guys.
Yeah, we might be slimmed down like 2 or 3, but other
I think
than that,
we can do without Ryan Hornack though. He'd probably be the first to go.
Yeah. He's got keys. I don't have keys.
Pick off there is no good. Much to the chagrin of all the Bulldogs in the dugout. Looked like Letty was picked off there by Tommy Ang.
Tommy pretty shifty up there on the mound with that move over to first. Really catching Letty off balance. Looked like the throw was in time, but the call going to the runner there.
Here comes the 1-0 pitch. It's low for ball 2. Rosek batting .294 for Alma. He's got 4 RBIs on the season. Strike there, thrown by Ang. And again, Ang's trying to pick off Letty at first.
Hey, if it almost worked once.
It might work again. Taking off for second is Letty. Can Resto get him this time? And he does.
That's Frank Resto for you.
Nice throw there from Frank Resto to gun down Letty, who had taken off for second, to record the second out of the inning.
It was about 6 steps on him was Frank Resto's throw. Tommy and him definitely have been communicating throughout this at-bat, watching Letty on first base, and obviously ultimately ending in his demise as he's caught stealing second.
And you know what, Dan? That's why you got a guy like Resto behind the plate. He's not the most potent guy offensively, batting just over 200, but when you see him make plays behind the plate like that, you know why you got a freshman behind the plate. He can get it done.
Well, especially when offensive production has a lot to do with physical size, and he's just going to get bigger as he grows up.
Yeah.
But his defensive commanding is apparent there.
There's a shot to the shortstop. And that'll be converted there. Ryan Doro scooping that up. Outstanding play. Looks routine there for Ryan Doro as he gets Rosek grounding out. So we head into the bottom of the fourth, where Lonstein is cruising for the Alma College Scots.
Trying to break a 7-year losing streak against the Adrian College Bulldogs.
That's right.
Well, thank goodness for the responsive and thorough athletic training team down there assisting the home plate umpire. I'm sure he's thankful for them.
Yeah.
Even through that medical tape, you can see the distress his wrist is in.
Yeah. Big time.
So the second card we got for you from the collection of Rob Trevino,
Oh, yeah.
Shawan Dunston,
Oh, what a handle.
classic.
Shawan
Shortstop
Dunston.
from Chicago Cubs. Career totals, .258 batting average. You can go up to bat 10 times and fail 2.5 times and still get a baseball card. Proven by Shawan Dunston.
You know who's a huge Cubs fan is our ball boy, Nick Sakleropoulos. Come on down, Nick. We got
Here, Nick, you won.
We got a souvenir for a lucky fan. Shawan Dunston. Do you know who that was? I know you're a big Cubs fan. Well, there you go. Hang that up. We'll hang it up in the fridge at our house, Sack. How about that? We'll hang it up in the fridge. There you go. All right, now get back to work. So Ryan Doro, who's just coming off one heck of a play at shortstop to end the top of the fourth for Adrian, leads off the bottom of the fourth. And that pitch knocked Walter's helmet off. He's all right. Ryan Doro grounded out in the first inning. And like I mentioned before, Bulldogs had 13 hits in the first game, and they're still looking for their first of this second game, and they won't get it here. Doro grounding out
From Paczynski
to
again.
Paczynski, yeah. Tell you, the shortstops have been really busy this afternoon.
Putouts left and right from
Yeah.
both Doro and Paczynski. The amount of 6-3s that are going to be on the stat line today is absolutely ridiculous.
Matt Lonstein has not given up a home run this season. If he's going to give one up, could be right here, Dan, against a big Gert who's got 6 on the year.
Oh, my.
Did he take the words out of my mouth? No. It's going to fall
Not too much air underneath that one.
a little bit short. So big Gert, he pops up. He's 0 for 2 this game as well. Now it's the right fielder, Drew Schutz, who was walked earlier in the game.
Matt Lonstein, a proverbial trump card for the offense from Adrian College. They're unable to produce against him so far, and it continues as Drew Schutz is down in the count. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Wow.
Good eye there from Schutz.
I thought for sure that home plate umpire was going to ring his bell there, but lets him stand in, counts even 2-2.
Takes another ball. So now full count for Schutz. Bulldogs still looking for their first hit of this game. And that is spanked out into left field and caught. Nice grab there from the left fielder Dominguez. No hits and only one walk given up through 4 innings for Lonstein, who, as you said, Dan, is looking to put an end to this 7-year winless streak against the Bulldogs, and he's dialed in halfway through this one.
You know, really doing a great job. I wonder if Matt is aware of the history that these two teams have coming into this game.
I'm sure he is, Dan. You'd think.
So that's got to be a big deal for Mr. Lonstein, being able to break something that has been going on for 8 years. That's a long time.
6 seniors on this Alma College roster, and you know, Dan, that
they've been there for since 2011.
These seniors have been playing the Bulldogs for 3 years, and they know that they haven't beat Adrian in 3 years. So
that loss streak was already 3 years old by the time the seniors
were freshmen. Exactly. So I'm sure that these Alma ball players are aware of this 7-year winless streak against our Bulldogs. And Lonstein has brought his best stuff in the second half of this doubleheader, as he's got a goose egg up on the board. And Alma's gotten 2 runs to show for him.
You know, we really got to give a shout out to Vinny over at the Mirage Barbershop in Adrian. All the athletes are ending up going over there now because it's kind of the barbershop to go to, and all their hair is looking great.
Absolutely. Your hair looks great today, too, Dan.
Hey,
I don't know what you did. Is that mousse or gel? What'd you do there?
Oh, that's all sorts of stuff.
All right. My hair was a bit of a mess this morning, so I put the lid on.
Water was a little bit cold, so I just used some engine degreaser. And then I put some WD-40 on my hands, ran it through there a couple times, and head out the door.
See, being Italian, Dan, I don't have to put product in my hair. It's always greasy. That's natural grease. And grounding out there was Pachinski for the first out of the inning. He's 0 for 2 in the batter's box now this afternoon. So back to the top of the order we go, and it's De La Rosa, who's having himself one heck of a game. He's got 2 singles
and stolen base.
And 2 stolen bases this afternoon.
Incredible. Very aggressive base running from De La Rosa this time around. Saw him getting a stolen base on a hit and run there. Hard hit shot right to Ryan Doro.
And again, shortstops, they better not blink an eye here for either team, or else they're going to miss out on the action.
6 threes on the box score all day long as the shortstops continue to keep putting out runners inning after inning in the second game of a doubleheader featuring the Bulldogs of Adrian College and the visiting Scots from Alma. We are through 4, sitting in the top of the 5th inning in the second game.
And now we see Walters has called time, and remember, he was caught in a rundown earlier in the game, and he was noticeably limping to the bench afterwards. And you can even see him now, Dan. He's maybe a bit of a hop there in his step.
Well, it might be too much of a sacrifice to lose him in the catcher position.
They won't take him out, yeah.
Head coach Scott Kingston might be trying to get creative with how Walters is going to get on base here.
We'll see if he does. 2 outs in the top of the 5th. And that pitch is way in inside. Walters is 2 for 2 in the batter's box this game with an RBI, and that one is smoked right at the second baseman, Drew Zwicky, to end the inning. Tommy Yang goes 3 up, 3 down in the top of the 5th, and he's really settled down as this game has moved on.
That's John Joseph on second base still.
Excuse me.
It's alrighty. Yeah. Well, here we go.
Who do we got, Dan?
Catcher from your
Oh, wow,
homeboys.
from the Toronto Blue Jays. All right, our next baseball card pack player is Greg Myers, catcher of my hometown Toronto Blue Jays. Born in Riverside, California. Played 4 years for the Blue Jays and then retired. That's a nice quick cup of coffee in the MLB for him. I'm going to hold on to this one. And now we have another card to put on my refrigerator at home.
That's great.
Awesome. Stay tuned latter half of this other inning to find out who our next player will be. Ryan, don't touch my card. I'm just kidding.
See if this card pack has any Tigers in it, eh?
Hey. You're hanging out with me too much, Dan.
It's infectious, man.
I guess.
Hey, that kind of love thy neighbor attitude of our neighbors in the north, we need to adopt that here in America.
Yes.
You ever watch the Boondocks, Frank Krupe?
The movie?
No, it's not the Boondock Saints, the Boondocks. It's an animated comedy show.
Can't say that I have.
Yeah, it's pretty funny. You need to check it out.
So it's the DH, Drzwicki, leading off the bottom of the fifth for Adrian. He grounded out earlier in this game. Matt Lonstein, the freshman. Can he force a ground out here? No. Drzwicki beats out the throw from Pachinski, and the Bulldogs get their first hit of the afternoon. It comes in the top of the fifth, courtesy of McCoy Drzwicki. Single puts a duck on the pond.
Yeah, every
for the
now
Bulldogs.
and then the designated hitter's got to put it on himself late in the game to start the fire, open the door and get something going here. So leadoff hitter here in the bottom of the fifth is on, and the offense can start producing.
So the no-hitter is out the door for Matt Lonstein. Now it's Colin Parcher, who popped up earlier in this game.
Batting right-handed this time. He was in the left-handed
What,
batter's
you
box earlier.
serious?
Yeah, oh yeah.
Kidding me? He was batting at the other side.
He was indeed. You see that a lot
incredible.
in first baseman, because they've got to be able to reach for the ball from just about any angle.
Wow.
It's a lot easier to learn to swing the bat from another direction than it is to learn how to catch or throw from another direction.
That's amazing to me. Colin Parcher, those strikes out. Maybe he should go to the other side next time.
Yeah, it must have been trying to get a better matchup against Lonstein. Maybe batting from the right-handed position would give Parcher an advantage. Obviously, it did not, as he falls down on strikes to Lonstein, who's still standing tall on the mound.
That was Lonstein's third strikeout of the game. Andrus now into the batter's box. One out in the bottom of the fifth here. Strike thrown by Lonstein.
Looks like there are plenty of students out there basking in the sunshine here in southeast Michigan from the lovely hill out there in center field.
In 2 Saturdays from now,
Oh, I'm juiced for that day.
it'll be Couch Day. And that is, let me tell you, I'm a senior here at Adrian, and that is a day that I look forward to each and every single year at Adrian College. And there's a hot shot out into right field. Nice grab made by Dale Rose. Caught that over his shoulder. Probably had to contend with some sun in his eyes. Nice job there by the right fielder. Andrus pops out for the second out of the inning. And it's Frank Resto now who's 0 for 4 on the day. With Drzwicki at first.
Frank Resto can't catch a break there.
No, he can't. There's...
If anybody didn't know how funny President Docking is, I invite you to come up here.
Wow, and there's a hit for Resto. And a piece of luck there for the Bulldogs. How about a hometown bounce? And getting to third in time was Drzwicki, who was stealing second. He gets to third. Frank Resto gets his first hit of the day. And now, just like that, the Bulldogs have got runners on the corner for John Joseph with 2 outs in the bottom of the 5th.
Well, it's times like these I'm thankful for Frank Resto making me look kind of smart. You know, I've said all day he's a man with the ability to do and perform the task at hand. When he's got a job he's got to do, he does it well. Getting a little Bulldog bounce off the mound, though, as Frank Resto as he gets his first hit of the day.
Well, that was a TV bounce.
Exactly when he needed it. Yeah.
That was a made-for-TV bounce. Absolutely right.
Frank Resto going to get a pitch runner now.
Yeah, we are now going to see Ian Mikowski pinching in for Frank Resto.
And Leach is going to step in the batter's box. Zach Leach, the freshman, in favor of John Joseph III.
It's a freshman from Richmond, Michigan. Here we'll have a shot.
You know, I'm not usually one to question Coach Rainey's managerial moves, but going with the freshman instead of the experienced John Joseph in a 2-out, 2-men-on situation. One thing I did notice last week, watching Zach Leach's debut, he's got a really cool bat.
Well, this is only his 11th at-bat of the season.
You see his bat?
Yeah,
it's like that mossy oak with
old school.
With the hunter orange.
Yeah.
I think that looks cool.
Leach has recorded 3 hits in 10 at-bats this year with 1 RBI. He's got runners on the corner. Good eye there from Leach. Drzwicki on third, Mikowski on first.
Really looking for a base hit here from Zach Leach.
Okay.
That looked a little questionable to me. Looks like he moved his foot before stepping off of the rubber.
And you can hear the Bulldog dugout hollering at that. Here comes the 1-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. For strike 2. This is a big moment in this ball game, Dan.
Well, you can hear it from both of the clubs at how dramatic this moment is. And this is the kind of moment that you like you watch baseball games for.
Absolutely.
Sure, it's not the most flashy or entertaining sport out there, but when the tension mounts, there is nothing like it.
Another pickoff attempt, and Mikowski getting back in time. And the bottom of the 5th here, Dan, I mean, the way this game's been going, have not been a lot of hits
Yeah, it seems
for
only
either team.
Seems only 15 minutes ago I was saying we got a lot of ball game left to play, and
That's
now
right.
we're bottom of 5, only 12 outs away from the end of the game.
And heading to second successfully there, stealing was Mikowski. And there you see why he was inserted in place of Frank Resto. Mikowski's 3rd stolen base of the year.
Just absolute laser beams over there to second base, man.
Here comes the 2-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. Leach not able to make contact. And the Bulldogs squander a huge opportunity, leaving two stranded in the bottom of the fifth. And what can you say about Matt Lonstein of Alma continuing his dominance on the mound?
Yeah, doing a really, really excellent job of limiting the production from the Bulldogs, breaking it up, not allowing consecutive, back-to-back gives to the Bulldogs, not allowing to string anything together. Hey, we got more cards to go through. This name I actually remember. It was Junior Ortiz, the catcher for the Minnesota Twins. Only played for the Twins for 2 years, 90 and 91. First year was 82, and his rookie year was played at Pittsburgh. Speaking of Pittsburgh, you hear from Ellen?
I have not heard from Ellen, no.
Wonder how her interview went.
I've not heard from Ellen.
Ellen, if you're watching, we here at ACTV are thinking about you. Hope your interview went well.
And this inning, Dan, is brought to you by Werther's Original Caramel Treats. If you're looking for any Werther's Original Caramel Treats, contact President Docking. He's got pockets full, and I think he'll be selling them out at the concession next Saturday. So here we go into the top of the sixth with the Bulldogs down 2. And that's hit out to
J.J. Trey. John Joseph wheels
John
it over to
Joseph.
Colin Parcher. Who's in at second now? Excuse me, we have a defensive substitution at second base.
Ben Yax has stepped in to second base for John Joseph. And Dakota Carraro, number 39, the sophomore from Gahanna, Ohio, steps in for Frank Resto. So a couple defensive substitutions for the Bulldogs.
This is the first inning I've seen of Adrian College baseball with Resto not behind the plate.
And this is Cruz now in the batter's box.
There, Cruz, the DH.
And he gets struck out. Nice pitching there from Tommy Yang as Cruz goes down looking. Fourth strikeout of the afternoon for Yang, who after a rough inning to start this game in the first has really settled down and has done a nice job keeping his team alive in this game.
Yeah, has limited the offensive production of Alma to the 2 runs he gave up early in the first and second innings. That's what you want to see from a starting pitcher, one that's not going to get discouraged from early blunders, but continue to throw a good game through the latter innings.
Dominguez now. 1 for 2 in this contest. Oh, and he's hit in the back by Tommy Yang. He'll take his base. That's a handful of hits.
Yeah, that's 3 hit batters this
3 hit
game
batters
alone.
for Yang, yeah.
Run them a little in on the inside of these right-handed batters. Does anybody stand left-handed for Alma? One.
Blake Letty
Blake Letty. The only left-handed batter
in
on
the
Alma's
lineup.
club.
In the lineup, anyways.
Well, there's
You've
another
got
one, yes.
Philip Jock as well, who's a left-handed pitcher.
So you won't see him batting very much anyways.
No.
So the only left-handed stick really on this Scots club is the first baseman, Blake Letty.
So this is Cornell now with 2 out. He's 0 for 2 in this game. And Tommy Yang What a play there to pick off Dominguez, who was sleeping at the switch. Wow. Tom Yang with the pickoff, and the Bulldogs get out of the inning.
Sleeping at the switch, Frank?
Sleeping at the switch.
That's a train operation reference, isn't it?
I don't
Think
know.
so.
Just,
Here's
maybe
a story.
It just came in. Things just come out of my mouth. You know,
Here's
I
a
don't
quick
think.
story about sleeping at the switch that pertains to Adrian. Ready for this?
What do you got?
Young Thomas Edison, living in Adrian, Michigan.
I know this. Yeah.
Yeah, and he fell asleep at the switch. He was working as a railroad operator in the city of Adrian. And he invented a machine to do his job. So he got fired for falling asleep at the switch.
You know what? That's right. That's amazing that you bring that up. Actually, I didn't know the part about the sleeping at the switch, but a lot of Adrian people don't know that Thomas Edison lived in Adrian for a brief period of time.
Oh, yeah.
Back in the day.
Indeed, if you haven't been, if you're a
How
student,
about that?
or if you're involved in Adrian College happenings, there's a wonderful historical museum right downtown,
That's right.
and you really ought to check it out. This city is steeped in history. The oldest running city community band in America comes from Adrian. The Adrian City Band, the oldest continually running concert band. That's pretty impressive.
Well, the inventor of the chain link fence, born and raised in Adrian.
Right here.
If you think we're kidding, Wikipedia Adrian,
It's
And
the fence capital of the world.
you'll see some really cool things.
Not kidding. These are not jokes.
No.
Okay, well, here we are, Frank. Top of the 6th inning.
Yeah.
Top of the lineup. Or bottom of the 6th, excuse me.
It's Knorr who's grounded out twice today for Adrian. Looking to do some damage against Matt Lonstein. He's got 4 strikeouts,
Doing phenomenally on the mound.
only giving up 2 hits on 57 pitches thrown.
I think he's only 6 outs from being a hero for Alma College baseball.
Well, he's behind in this count 3-0 now. Throws a strike there.
Strike zone can't be in relation to the batters. That's the problem.
And another strike. And just like that, Lonstein has crawled his way back into the count, which is full. Here comes the 3-2 pitch. And he Ks him.
Are you kidding me, Frank?
What a piece of pitching by Matt Lonstein. Down in the count 3-0. And he fires right back with 3 straight strikes.
Matthew Lonstein is painting a picture of unhittability. It's a phenomenal. And that one just misses the mark. Matt Lonstein throwing a heck of a game.
Tell you what, Dan, pitching has been the story of today's broadcast. We had Schmidt in the first game, 1 hit away from a no-hitter. And here we are in the bottom of the 6th, and Lonstein's only given up 1 hit. 2 hits, excuse me. Thanks, Peanut Crowd.
There's so many people in this press box.
There's
it's
a lot of
impossible to
pressure
get
on us,
anything
Dan.
wrong,
I mean,
yeah.
like, if I slip up once, I got 8 people. I can hear everything in these ears. It doesn't matter. I'm losing my eyesight, and you know what they say? When you lose it, it's hard to get it back.
As soon as you start losing your eyesight, it's harder to find it. You know?
All right. Jeez, Dan.
Yeah, it's
Here we go.
cutthroat up here. Do or die.
And there's a walk issued to Ryan Doro. That's a second walk handed out by Lonstein. And this would be a big time for Gertley to have a hit here. He's 0 for 2 in this game.
Well, now that you said it'd be a good time for him to have a hit, we know he's not. Everyone
yeah.
up here thinks Frank is bad luck. just because of what happened at the end of last game. I don't believe in that superstition. I think it's a little megalomaniacal to believe that a broadcaster's opinion has any effect on the game.
Dan, this is the way I look at it. I'm 3-0 calling baseball games this year.
There you go.
So,
win's a win.
Win's a win. Bang! There's a hot shot from Gertley, and that is going to drop out in right field. Quickly scooped up by De La Rose. He'll get it in. But Gertley gets to first. And he pushes Doro to second with one out. It's Drew Schutz. With a couple ducks on the pond, he's got an opportunity here now to get Adrian back into this game. And
timeout called. We're going to mound visit.
yeah, it's head coach Scott Kingston's going to take a walk out, and the Scots will hold court on the mound. Is he pulling him here, Dan?
Scott Kingston looking to protect this 2-0 lead that he's got right now. Possibly going to go to the left-hander in Philip Jock, their ace. We'll see here if I'm right. There's a big chance that I'm not.
Yeah, and that's going to do it for Launstein.
Yeah, and I am right. That's going to bring up the big left-handed pitcher out of Wales, Michigan, Philip Jock. The left-hander will now warm up and throw the rest of this game. He's got 5 outs to make to change history.
So Matt Launstein exits the game. 5 innings pitched. He gave up 3 hits. Walked 2, struck out 5. And I know I got those stats correctly because I didn't hear anyone correct me. So I guess either they weren't listening or I was right, one or the other. So like you said, Dan, Philip Jock is going to take over. He'll make his 7th appearance for Alma. He's coming in with a 4.05 ERA.
That's fantastic.
He's given up 43 hits and 20 runs on the season to go along with only 1 home run given up. So
this is going to be really tough for the Bulldogs here going in the latter innings of this game, having faced only right-handed pitchers up until this moment. I understood there's probably a little bit of confusion out there in viewerland as to why Matt Launstein was pulled at what seemed like the height of his performance, only allowing 2 on in the bottom of the 6th. But Philip Jock's presentation here should quell those queries very quickly. How's that for alliteration, Frank?
yeah, how about that? So it's Drew Schutz here for Adrian. 10 RBIs on the season.
Oh, I could have told you it was going to do that with 1 out and 2 men on. It would be an obvious decision to run into a sacrifice bunt here to move him over to third base.
And there's a weak hit there.
Well executed bunt. It did bounce straight to Philip Jock. He had the options to go places, but decides to take the easy out at 1. 2 outs here in the bottom of the 6th. Wind picking up here, Frank.
Yeah, it sure is. Papers are flying everywhere.
You seen Top Gun, right?
Yeah.
Well, this is the danger zone.
All right.
McCoy Drizwicki
The Wiz.
up to bat with 2 men on.
Big league swing there, unable to make contact. Darrow on third. Gertley at second.
Base hit scores 2 and ties. Tying run on second base. The go-ahead up to bat right now in the form of Drizwicki. These are the moments, man. This is what baseball is all about.
2 outs in the bottom of the 6th. Adrian down 2-0. Here comes the 0-1 pitch.
Oh, and Philip Jock just demonstrated what is so dangerous about a left-handed pitcher. They can get awfully shifty with those pickoff maneuvers, with that 45-degree angle plane that they have to cross for delivery. It makes it really, really hard.
Good eye there from the Wiz.
Where was that one, Frank?
Out of the strike zone.
Maybe a little low.
Drzwicki singled in his earlier at bat. Takes a whiff on that one for strike 2.
The DH here looking for something. A lot of ground out there. If you look in between the center and the left fielder, there is an awful lot of room out there on the lawn.
Fouled off. The Wiz stays alive.
McCoy still looking for one that he can tattoo. That one moves a little bit too far on the outside. Knows he can't do anything with that.
Here comes the pitch from Jock. Contact made by the Wiz, and that's going to drop out into left field. 1 run scores as Darrow, and Gertley comes in to tie the game. And 2-out RBI double for McCoy. Drzwicki has tied the game here in the bottom of the 6th. Outstanding baseball.
You know, it's moments like that, you know, the DH comes through to extend the life of this game. We've got a tie ball game here with 2 outs in the bottom of the 6th. Let's see how Philip Jock reacts to that. He stepped on with a nice lead. Lonstein looking very in control when it came to all of these batters. And now he sees a stand-up double off the bat of Drzwicki to tie the game at 2.
You think head coach Scott Kingston is regretting pulling Lonstein?
There's a chance, but hindsight is always 20/20. But no amount of regret ever changes the past. No amount of worry ever changes the future. And no, that is not Buddha or Dalai Lama. That's words right out of the mouth of Dan Steinkoff.
So Drzwicki at second after his stand-up double.
There's still all that room out in between left and center fielders. The left fielder playing awfully close to the baseline.
Colin Parcher takes ball 3.
Still on the right-handed batter's box against this left-handed pitcher.
And that one's fouled off into the parking lot.
Colin Parcher's beard game real strong. Beard game 100. I think that's what the cool kids call it now.
Yeah.
Frank, your beard's great. I like to
Thanks,
think
man.
my beard's not bad.
Well,
Good
the
beards here at Bulldog
beard-
Baseball.
Beards are in. That's what I've been told.
There just comes a time.
There's ball 4. Issued to Parcher, who will walk. As you were saying, Dan,
Yeah,
sorry.
there
to
just
interrupt
comes a time, like after like the 4th day, where you realize having a clean-shaven face is really, really time-consuming.
you.
Just shave every
You're
day.
telling me, yeah. I don't want to shave every day. Forget that.
That's not fun.
No.
Third
Now it's-
baseman Matt Andrus.
Anderson, he's 0 for 2 this game. And he's going to pop that one up high, and Walters will run out and make a nice catch in front of the Alma dugout on his knees to end the inning. So Alma stops the bleeding But McCoy Drizwicki, the hero right now, his 8th and 9th RBIs of the season have tied this game up as we head into the top of 7.
This is just that kind of tenacity that Bulldog sports across the board are famous for. Here we are. Here they were in the top of the 6th, down 0-2 with 2 outs. And what happens? You know, they do their job. McCoy Drizwicki stands up and does exactly what he's supposed to do. Bulldogs are now tied 2-2 going into the last inning here. They'll try and hold the Scots so they can grab the sticks again and possibly end this in 7. If not, we're going to extra innings if no one can break this tie.
Tommy Yang has given up 5 hits. Walked 1 with 4 strikeouts on 70 pitches in this game.
Tommy's thrown 70, eh? That's not bad.
Yeah.
Through 7?
That's pretty good.
Well, through 6.
Just-
Well, 8.2 pitches an inning.
Yeah. And again, remember, Alma jumped out to a quick 2-0 lead in the first inning. The bats have dried up a bit since then. Adrian looking to keep their home unbeaten streak intact.
To end this 8-year win streak against Alma.
Yep.
The Scots going to do everything in their power to stop that from happening as they're going to step in to get their cuts here in the top of the 7th.
So this is Cornell now. And he is 0 for 4 on the day, and he shows bunt. And yelling at the top of his lungs there was Jake Gilstorf, the Bulldog bench, who was yelling that he was out of the box, and he may have a good point there.
Yeah, from up here, it definitely looked like Cornell had run into that ball in front of the home plate, which is in fair territory, and thusly should have been ruled an out.
Yeah. And there's a shot right at Doro.
Doesn't
Gets
matter.
Cornell
Another
in time.
6-3 ground out.
And now the Bulldog head coach is out on the field. Not sure what Craig Rainey is looking for here. He's coming out and giving the umpire the stink eye. He'll head back to the dugout. And the peanut gallery is now informing us that Cornell may have stepped on
Colin Parcher's
foot when he was running to first base. And now the umpire is putting his foot down here, issuing warnings to both dugouts. He's not in the mood for any shenanigans. He's probably got a broken wrist. He wants to get out of here.
The last thing this guy needs is flack from the coaches. First thing, probably some ibuprofen. Things swelled up so fast.
Yeah, you're telling me. So this is Blake Letty now. He takes a strike. Letty shoots one over to the first baseman, Colin Parcher, who easily nabs that up for the second out of the inning.
Looks like he's not really sacrificing any mobility on that close call down there on first baseline. Baseball's a non-contact sport. It's all contact. That's all it's about.
Now we've got Rosek with 2 out. He's 0 for 4 on the day. 3-1 the count here for Rosek, who's looking for his first hit of the day. And there it is. Once again, Frank under the ladder Krupe, jinxing things. Apologies to the Bulldog Nation.
Still 2 outs, only one man on. Tommy not in trouble yet here. He's looking to pitch a complete game. Tommy's done that a lot, actually, this season. Complete games kind of his thing. But, alas, Coach Craig Rainey heading to the mound right now, possibly going to see a pitching change here. Let's see who they're going to go with. Parsons. I didn't bring my binoculars today, so I can't look over at the bullpen.
Would it be out of the realm to bring Eric Schmidt back into the game?
Not at all.
I know he pitched in the first game,
It's
but
definitely not out of the realm of possibilities. They're not having regardless, no pitching changes.
they're going to leave him
taking
in.
place.
But I mean, if they were going to make a change, do you think that's something that head coach Rainey would consider? Maybe
I would definitely entertain the possibility, especially when you think about playing Alma again tomorrow.
Yeah.
You don't really want to run out of pitchers. So having someone who's already thrown a little bit today, no more harm can be done in an inning or two. But having a new person step on the mound might be a little taxing for tomorrow. And as the week continues.
So here's Pachinski now. He struck out twice in the first game. He's grounded out twice here in the second game.
Yeah, defense has been all Pachinski, though. He's put away at least 10 this game alone. You know, for a right-handed pitcher, Tommy Yang's motion over to first is extremely fluid. It almost happens instantaneously, all of the steps that he needs to do to prevent a balk. He does it quickly. That's an easy out.
Bulldogs get out of the inning. No damage done, and they will head into the bottom of the seventh with one last crack to win this thing before we head into extras.
Yeah, they've got 3 outs to score 1 to continue this 8-year win streak against the Scots. Lots of enthusiasm down under the Tuttle dugouts.
You could hear Drew Schutz yelling at his club to get out there and let's win this thing, boys. A couple expletives in there as well.
Definitely one of the things we can't say on air.
No. Coming into the bottom of the seventh now for Alma is number 4, Alex Valesic, the sophomore from Saginaw, Michigan, coming in to try to keep Alma alive.
So Coach Kingston, right-handed pitcher through 6, left-handed pitcher to finish off 6, and then a right-handed pitcher for the bottom of 7, trying to throw these Bulldogs a little off balance. Got some offensive changes here in the lineup coming up.
So Philip Jock exits, giving up 1 hit, 1 walk on 14 pitches, and Alex Valesic takes over for him in the bottom of the 7th, making his 8th appearance of the year. He's got a 3.91 ERA and given up 29 hits and walked 7.
This is Dakota Carraro now. He stepped in at the catcher position for Frank Resto. He's going to come in and get his cuts now here in the bottom of the 7th.
Carraro batting 192 on the year. He's got 3 RBIs and 5 hits.
Checked swing, gets cashed anyways. Strike 2 called on Dakota.
Oh, and there's a hit that could drop, and it will. A bloop single out into right field for Carraro, and the Bulldogs have led off with a single in the bottom of the 7th, with the game tied at 2. And now we get a look at Ben Yax. Who had stepped in for Joseph at second. Ben Yax batting 192.
Gunnar Glodick going to head over to first base. Pinch run for Carraro.
Ben Yax, 26 at-bats this year, 5 hits, and 3 RBIs.
I was going to take a play out of the Frank Krupe playbook on a power play, you know.
Tie his shoe.
Make sure the guys get enough time to
fix his pad.
Breathe.
No, the best one is knocking the net off on a power play. I can't tell you how many times I knocked the net off. And there's a bunt attempt there that is foul. See, the key is, Dan, is you want to make friends with the referees throughout the game.
Right, you got to be buddies.
You chat them up a little bit here and there. And then, yeah, use a little charm. And then in the third period, when you fall over and knock the net over, he won't give you any grief.
Oh, it's okay. He's a nice guy.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, he just can't skate. That's all. Here comes the 0-1 pitch. Yax showing bunt. He pulls it away.
Just a little weak in the ankles is this one. Ben Yax need to get this bunt on the ground.
And that bunt just going foul.
Can't hang on.
Yeah.
2 outs, 2 strikes. You're not going to see another bunt attempt with the foul resulting in his retirement. You don't want to see that. So, option here probably Craig Rainey calling for a hit and run. Ben Yax not seeing many at bats here for the Bulldogs. Only 26 on the season.
Here comes the 1-2 pitch. That's outside. Count is to 2-2.
This right now is just a prelude. Coming up next, we've got the top of the order. Josh Knorr will try and continue this offensive in the wake of Ben Yax, who's got a full count now.
And Carrero was taken off for second there.
That's some speed.
Shot out of a cannon from first base was Carrero.
He probably could have gotten there earlier.
Full count here for Yaks. And again, trying to get Carrero there.
It's good awareness from pinch runner pinch runner Gunnar Glodick, who's on first right now. He's got him.
Oh, and he got him this time.
So the pinch runner Gunnar Glodick gets caught. Coach Rainey can't be pleased with that.
Not sure what he's doing there, Dan. 2-3 times they tried to pick off, and you'd think he'd just stay put. Because like you said, we're getting to the top of the order here if Yaks can't get on, and that could prove to be costly for Adrian. Let's hope not. Yaks
goes down looking.
Yeah. Thought he had the walk there. And just like that, what a turn of events here at Nicolay. Bulldogs now 2 out. Top of the order we go. Josh Knorr is 0 for 3 in this game.
Well, he's got to do something now. The clock is ticking. There's one more out left in regulation here.
And he hammers that one out into right field. Foul.
Well, the one thing we can almost count on, Josh Knorr, if he gets a hit, statistically, he'll come across the plate. Statistically.
What about analytically?
I don't know. Where's Sunday? Nowhere to be found.
Sunday took off. He's getting ready for the big skate at the Arrington tonight.
Should we stream that?
Kevin, chip the puck high and off the glass Sunday. You'll never see a guy chip a puck off the glass better and more efficiently than Kevin Sunday. I'll tell you that right now. No matter what level we're talking about. Here comes the 1-2 pitch to Knorr. It's away.
Here you go.
Yeah, he's a nice guy.
Josh Knorr helping a fellow ball player out there.
Bang! Pops it high into the air. And this will be easily caught by Paczynski, the shortstop, to end the inning. We are off to extras here on ACTV. No place you'd rather be. Bulldogs looking to keep their home undefeated streak intact. They've won 25 straight against Alma. Hayden Craig, senior from Clinton, Michigan, is into catch now for the Bulldogs. The first 2 MIAA games of the year for Adrian went to extras. A pair against Albion. They split. And now we're joined by our baseball analytics man, Kevin Sunday. Kevin, we're going into extra innings.
We are.
The big question is, can our ball boys handle the extra innings?
You know, I believe so. Nick Sakaropoulos is checking his phone right now because we're between innings, getting ready to get all those foul balls. There are lots of foul balls in the bottom of the 7th there.
Yeah, there were.
Out to right.
What are you seeing in this game, Kevin?
Well, I know the Bulldogs are 2-0 in extra innings.
1-1.
1-1. Oh, well, then I don't know that. So they're due to be 2-1.
You know, Kevin, it's been a battle of pitching wits in both games this
Absolutely.
afternoon.
Smith was so good until a broadcaster jinxed him.
And, I have a feeling that this game is going to end off of someone going yard.
Oh, I'd love that.
I think, it's pitching has been so on point in both games this afternoon. It would only be fitting that a home run ends it for either team as we begin extras here. So we'll see what happens.
Well, only one team can end it with a home run.
Well,
And
either
that's
team.
the Bulldogs.
I said,
That would be a walk-off, ladies
that'll
and
be a
gentlemen.
walk-off, yeah.
But if the Scots in the top of the inning do hit a home run, which we're not going to even go down that road, the Bulldogs could fire back just fine in the bottom of the inning.
And there's a leadoff single for De La Rosa to kick off the top of the 8th. Kevin, thanks for joining us.
Great to be here, Frank.
All right. We'll catch up with you after the game for some more analytics.
Sorry about that, folks.
No, you're fine. That was De La Rosa's 3rd single of the game. He's had the hot hand. Now here's Walters, who is 2 for 2 as well. Showing bunt. Nicely executed to perfection. Walters, the catcher, with a perfect bunt, moving De La Rosa to second base with 1 out now.
Go ahead run now standing on second base. It'll bring him number 20, Pat Finn. Batting .231 on the year. 26 at bats. 6 hits. With 4 runs, 1 double, 1 RBI. Coach Rainey going to take a mound visit and let the infield know what they're going to do about the runner.
San Miguel was 0 for 5 in both games combined, so the Alma brass figure, let's take him out. Put in Pat Finn here in place of San Miguel.
Strike thrown from Cordy. Left-hander for Adrian.
I think we mentioned that, Dan, that
Yeah, we had a pitching change a little
Colin
bit.
Cordy,
All of regulation
Stepping in.
pitched by Tommy Yang in the extra innings.
Tommy Yang gave up 6 hits in 7 innings pitched, 4 strikes.
Colin Cordy will come in for him in this now the 8th inning.
Here comes the 0-2 pitch.
Oh, beauty.
Adrian picks up their second out there. Now it's Eric Cruz with 2 out and a runner on second. Cruz is 0 for 4 in this afternoon's games.
Major League umpiring schools and junior college.
Nice strike there from Corey.
Got a young bulldog pup in the crowd,
Hey, buddy.
shouting his approval for the home team. Yeah, it looks like Professor Nathan Getting's kid. They're having a good time out here at the Ball Diamond.
Oh, who isn't?
Oh, yeah, right. You're guaranteed a good time here at Nicolay Field.
Absolutely. That is inside for ball 2.
You know how much a hot dog here is at Nicolay Field? Only $2.
2 bean.
That's it.
It's a bargain.
That's like a bite of a hot dog at Comerica. You can smell it for $2.
Swing and a miss from number 26.
You get a shot of the water they cook it in for $2 at Comerica.
Perfect. Two and two the count.
Yeah, baby!
And Cordy strikes his man out and retires the side.
An impressive delivery from that left-handed pitcher. Wow. Not much could be done with that one. Location nearly flawless. Colin Cordy stood tall on the mound there when his team needed him.
Back-to-back strikeouts for the designated hitter Cruz. That's not what you want out of your DH if you're head coach Scott Kingston of the Alma Scots.
So now Josh Knorr's retirement was the final out of the last inning. That'll bring up still some extremely dangerous bats in the form of Ryan Doro. And then on to, is that Drzwicki after him? Who's
It'll
batting
be
after
Doro,
him? There's been so
Gertley.
many offensive.
Doro, Gertley, Schutz, Drzwicki, the 4 to follow here. So right in the meat of the order are the Bulldogs as we find ourselves in the bottom of the 8th, tied 2-2.
And who's this? A submarine right on the mound, number 19 for Alma, Blake Ordaway. This is now the 5th pitcher we've seen today from the Scots, 4th.
Yeah, Blake Ordaway making his 8th appearance now. He's got a 4.03 ERA. Giving up 21 hits in 22 innings pitched. It is the 4th pitcher.
3rd this game. No, 4th this game.
4th this game, yep.
5th today. We've seen like half of the of the Scots bullpen today. First delivery to Ryan Doro is in there for a strike.
Matthew Manaudo is in at shortstop now for Alma. The freshman taking the spot of Paczynski, who moved to 3rd, which means San Miguel is out of the game. And There's a hot hit there off the bat of Ryan Doro, and this could be extras. Making his way to second. Will he get there in time? Yes, he does. Huge leadoff double in the bottom of the 8th for the Adrian College Bulldogs. With Schutz coming up to the batter's box. Gertley coming in. What a piece of hitting that was there.
Tenacity. An adjective that we adhere to here as Bulldog athletes. You don't ever count a Bulldog out. Bottom of the 8th, Doro with a big old double to lead everything off. It's showtime, Frank. Whoa. That looked mildly illegal.
It's a tough call to make in extras, though, Dan. In the game this tight.
Is it indeed?
It's a tough call to issue.
Well, a call that's not so hard is the pitch out to Jeff Gertley. They're going to intentionally walk the home run leader to try and grab a force out at third base.
It's probably not a bad idea.
Well, but then what happens when McCoy Drizwicki steps up and goes yard? What happens when Drew Schutz finds some room in left center again? It's a risk-reward factor. It's pulling the goalie, you know. Yeah, I lose this batter, but I get the out, but I could potentially give up more runs. It's just like, I take out this goalie, I get an extra attacker, but I've got an empty net. Same kind of scenario there.
So Gertley has walked for the 7th time this year.
Scott Kingston has to be running low on mound visits here. I don't know actually if there are rules limiting mound visits for coaches.
Update on our women's
But I know there is in major leagues.
softball team. They fell, about to fall. They're in the 7th inning right now, down 12-2 to Alma. So it looks like our women's team is going to be swept by Alma today. They'll be in action tomorrow again against them.
Let's hope equilibrium is reached here in the final outs of this game. Homeostasis for the baseball and softball teams. The MIAA serious competition in bat and ball sports.
Shots now showing bunt.
The pitcher is getting a little risky with his movement. If he doesn't start thinking about his fundamentals, he might have a little breakdown that'll result in a large door opening for the Bulldogs.
Speaking of door opening, Doro is on second. Gertley's at first. 0 outs in the bottom of the 8th. Extras at Nicolay. Bulldogs on the cusp of scoring a run here, possibly. Shots showing bunt. Very nicely executed. Unable to get there in time, though, was Ryan Doro, who was thrown out at third. Not a great bunt there from Schutz.
No, unfortunately, he should have been putting that one down the first base side to give the catcher a little bit harder of a time to move it over to third. But since it was right back at the pitcher, he was able to take the leadoff runner easily and keep the runners at 1 and 2. And here's another mound visit. This one is coming complete with a pitching change.
Is it necessary for every player in the dugout to come out onto the field, Dan, if you're Alma?
You know, you want to be a part of the action. You never want to be left out, Frank.
I guess.
There's no I in team. Well, there is.
No I in team, but there is one in win. That's right. So we got a pitching change here now. The 5th pitcher of the day for Alma, Eric Strickler, who's making his 5th appearance. He's only pitched 2 innings this year.
Either that's because he
How does that make sense?
couldn't or because he doesn't need to. How many saves does he have, Frank?
Two.
There you are. Doesn't need to pitch a lot of innings. He just
No.
needs to so. Goodness, Frank. I just saw one of the nastiest 12 sixes out of this young man's hand.
He's only given up 2 hits this year.
Yeah, we might see a little bit of a halt here in the offensive production. This guy looking pretty strong is Eric Strickler. 0.00 ERA with 2.2 innings pitched. He has given up hits though.
Well, he is a stickler, is Strickler.
So if he gives up 1 hit, that's potentially a run there with Doro sitting on second base. I'm sorry, that's Gertley on second base now. Doro thrown out by the pitcher on that bunt.
Drzwicki now.
The harder the ball is thrown, however, the harder it comes off the bat, and we'll see that principle demonstrated here. McCoy Drzwicki steps in.
Well, Drzwicki is the reason.
Umpire afraid to pull the trigger there.
Drzwicki is the reason that we're in extra innings. Remember, he recorded a
2 RBI stand-up double
2 RBI stand-up double to
back in the bottom of the 6th.
tie this game. So can he be the hero again with 1 out?
Watch for that 12-6 out of Strickler's hand. It'll move. Especially with 2 balls and no strikes here.
Big swing and a miss there for strike 1. Gertley at second, Schutz at first.
Base hit scores potentially the winning run.
Yep.
A lot of room out there in left center. Oh, it's
And
popped
that
up.
one is popped up high. That is not going to do it. Caught in center field by Cornile. Colin Parcher will try to put his cape on and play hero here for the Bulldogs. He's 0 for 2 in this game.
Colin Parcher not a stranger to game winners, as he last weekend hit a walk-off ground rule double. Ball hit so hard, bounced off the grass there in outfield and over the fence for a double that ended up scoring the winning run. That one was over in right center here last week. Pretty awesome, a lot of fun. So he's not a stranger to it.
As he looks at strike 1 there. Parcher's got 18 hits on the season. What a time this would be for 19.
Only got to run into 1 here is Parcher.
Count is at 2-1. Stickler with
I don't know if Mr. Jablonski out there in the field really approved of that motion. looking a little iffy on that.
Stickler with the pitch. And it's away. 3 balls, 1 strike.
Curveball misses low. Trying to get Colin to swing at something here. Go over the top of it. He's not fooled. Saw that curveball, knew it was going to break down into the dirt and lays off for a 3-1 count.
And there's a nice strike there thrown by the senior.
Yeah, Strickler doesn't make the same mistake twice. Puts the curveball up top, makes Colin think that it's coming on outside of the strike zone, drops right into it for number 2. Counts now full.
Bulldog bench is ready to erupt. We got to finish this game soon. President Docking has got to get on the ice. Here comes the pitch, and it's shot right at the shortstop. He gets Parcher in time. Monaudo really took his time there getting that over, but he guns Parcher down at first. And we will go to the top of 9, Dan.
That's a lot of baseball to play. You think, why play 2 games at 7 innings, meaning that's 14. That's, 1 2/3 of a baseball game. When now here we are in the second of our doubleheader, playing 9. That's a full Major League Baseball game. Why not just play one of those?
Good question.
It's because we don't have enough money to keep traveling to play as many as it would require to, have a good season and have a championship that actually takes a whole team efforts into account. It's the same.
We got another birdie.
Colin Cordy stays on the mound for Adrian. He had 2 strikeouts in the 7th. This is Cornell now with his 4th at bat. He's 0 for today. In fact, he's 0 for 5, both games combined. Foul ball there.
Locked at deuces through 8. This has been a much different story than the first game. Completely different. It's like it's 2 different teams. The offensive production of the first game by the Bulldogs yielded an 8-0 victory. Now here we are at the top of 9, locked at 2-2.
Struck out looking there. Was Juan Dominguez.
I mean, no offense, but you're not going to stop being over if you watch third strikes like that go by. Got to pull the trigger this late in the game. Can't expect an umpire to get you on base for you.
Excuse me, that was Dominguez that we just saw strike out. Now this is Jose Cornell up to bat. Strike thrown there.
Great showing from Colin Cordy.
Calling for time here is Corio.
Got to make sure his bat's working properly.
One-two pitch. Swung on and a strike. Second strike of the inning. Fourth straight strikeout
What do you want from a closer, man?
for Colin Cordy.
2 strikeouts back to back in extra innings. Here in the top of the 9th, Colin Cordy proving to the Bulldog team that he can be counted on. He's somebody to rely on here in later innings. Finding great success here. That's the second batter he's fanned in this inning alone.
Blake Letty now. 0 for 2 with a walk in this game.
Colin Cordy now 1-2 on the big Blake Letty. Still proving to his teammates why he's the right man for this job.
There's a young fan in the stands who wants to see this guy get out.
The young getting
We'll see if
making
he can
his
get him.
demands known.
Ball 3. We got a full count now. Colin Cordy looking for his 5th straight strikeout. Get him out.
That one
Just
scared
fouled
me.
off. Yeah.
Whew. You smell something, Frank?
Do I?
I think Laura peed herself.
Smell of fear. And there's another strikeout there for Colin Cordy. His 5th straight strikeout. How about that?
Well, that's awesome.
Fantastic pitching from Cordy. And now again, Adrian will have a chance to put this puppy to bed in the bottom of the 8th.
Dan, how many people are listening to this stream? Can you tell?
There was 31 at one time, but there's currently 27.
What was that? What did you say the Oswego was? Like 1,000, 1,400 or something? At one time.
The quarterfinals
So it's
was 1,122 people
at a single time.
Yeah. Plus there was 1,000 people there. 100 people at the game.
Right now there's 20. And then overnight it went to like 14,000.
1,400 there. Yeah. 1,400 at the arena.
So we had 1,100 people watching it during the stream, and then overnight
Third baseman Matt Andrus leading off the bottom of the 8th. Bulldogs and Scots deadlocked at 2. Stickler remains on the mound for Alma.
He's a good pitcher. Strong. That curveball.
It's mean.
Something's got to break here, Frank. There it is.
Nice hit there from Matt Andrus. His first hit of the game, a leadoff single in the bottom of the 8th. Right on point. Hayden Craig now. Catcher who subbed in for Frank Resto a few innings ago. Getting his first at-bat of the game and pinch running now here. His number 43, the Bulldogs, Brian Killinger, the sophomore. He pinches in for Matt Andrus at first.
Killinger, I hardly know her. Are those jokes still funny?
Maybe.
It's like not 1968 anymore, is it?
So it's Craig's first at-bat.
Hayden Craig sounds like a baseball player.
Yeah, that's a good baseball name. Oh, and that is not what you want to see from Hayden Craig right there. Is that bunt attempt did not even have a chance. Blooped up right to the left. I'd like to see him tackle the catcher there. What would happen?
He'd be called out.
What happened if Hayden Craig like gave the catcher like a little shoulder? You know what I mean, like hockey style. So 1 out here in the bottom of the 8th.
What about a slash with the baseball bat?
Yeah. Bottom of the 9th. Excusez-moi. It's been a while since I made a mistake. I was due for one, right? Ben Yak's the second baseman now. With his second at-bat, he's 0 for 1.
Well, a couple years back, there was a Red Sox who planted his foot firmly into the face mask of a catcher after a less than favorable strike. I forget who it was. Was it Ortiz? Kicked the catcher in the face? If anybody remember who the catcher who got kicked was and the batter who did the kicking was before charging the mound, please tweet the answer at Adrian College TV. I promise I'll put your name up on the stream. It'll be great. A fun time will be had by all.
You better do it quickly, though, because Yak's going to get a hit here, and the Bulldogs are going to win.
Here we
Watch.
go. Home run.
Here we go.
Ben Yaks.
Yeah.
First one ever.
Wow. Just staying safe there was Killinger.
There was a lot of split decision from all over this field. One angle says yes, the other says no. Either way, he's still on first, thankfully, with 1 out.
These pinch runners really taking a lot of risks.
And Strickler really capitalizing on those risks.
Nice strike thrown right down Broadway there from Strickler. Count now 1 and 2.
He had plenty of pitches in Strickler's toolbox. Probably seen at least 3 different directions. And that's not, that's besides his normal fastball.
One out in the bottom of the 9th.
Was it you who asked me what the hardest pitch to hit was?
Yeah, I think
It was a couple weeks
we were
back.
talking about that last time, I think.
Yeah. I still think it's the fastball. If you look at it statistically, how many guys get fanned on fastballs than other pitches.
Yeah.
It's definitely fastballs. In any level.
Taken off for second there.
Yeah.
Getting safely is Killinger. And the catcher, Eric Schmidt, tried to barehand that up the gut. Almost second baseman unable to handle it.
Adrian College SIDs being extremely generous with the errors here today. Ryan Hornack now in charge of it. Thompson beforehand. I'm just giving him flack. Of course, those were extraordinary efforts would have had to be made on all of the plays. So a hit awarded rather than an error.
Killinger on second, Yaks on first. And in the box here is Josh Knorr.
The hometown hero,
Back
Blissfield native.
That's right. Back at the top of the order we are. And Knorr's 0 for 4 in this game. Uncharacteristic of him. Without a hit. What a time it would be for him to register as first right now.
Yeah, it's not really good for a leadoff hitter to have a complete outing and not net an on-base opportunity, not even a walk to his name in this game. Sitting down every time he's been in the box.
He looks at ball 3 there.
And Strickler says it's the ball's fault. That's a definitely at least a deep tissue bruise on the home plate umpire, if not a misplaced metacarpal. That was a pretty serious knock he took to the wrist.
He's all right. He's toughing it out, though.
I've had worse.
He's going to need an Advil. I'm going to need 5 having to listen to myself talk for the last 4 hours. Here comes the pitch. And it's outside. Knorr is issued a walk, and that will load the bases. Now with 1 out in the bottom of the 9th inning with Ryan Doro, the shortstop, stepping into the batter's box looking to play hero.
You say 4 hours. It's 6 o'clock. We've been out here at Nicolay Field for 5 of them now. And, hey, I think we did a pretty okay. We've done a pretty okay job so far. 5 hours. We've been pretty consistent for that long. I mean, wow.
Yeah. The bases are jarred. You know what that means, Dan?
Stand up.
It's time to stand up.
I just sneezed there. I'm sorry.
Oh, it's been a while since I've stood up.
Oh, there's some blood back into the calves there. That's nice. Well, we only got 1 out, and now we've got some serious offensive powerhouses coming up to bat. Ryan Doro, Jeff Kirtley, and Drew Schutz going to step up coming up next.
A single here will score Brian Killinger, who is on third, and effectively win the game for the Bulldogs.
Well, even a sac fly here for the Dogs is going to net the win, as Killinger's got the speed to tag up and head home from just about wherever the ball's hit. Ryan Doro probably looking for that long ball. Put it up in the air just to secure the win here.
So here comes a pitch from Stickler. Ball 1. A second ball is issued from Strickler.
You know, 2 more off the mark from him is going to be
Game over.
that's game.
Yeah.
In a very sticky situation as Strickland, his efforts have been great, but not great enough as the tenacity of the Bulldogs prevail.
Here comes the pitch.
Foul.
Fouled off.
Foul. Foul ball.
Foul.
You ever play the old Sega Genesis baseball games?
I used to play RBI baseball.
Oh, that's the one.
And I remember the guys used to run to the bench after they were thrown out faster than they would run to base. Figure that one out. 2-1 count here. Bases are loaded for the Bulldogs. 1 out. And there's ball 3 issued.
Leaving it a little high there on Ryan Doro is
Wow.
Strickland.
Are we going to see a walk-off walk? Is that the term?
You know, I think it's walk-off base on balls technically.
No, it's a walk.
Just-
it's a walk-off walk.
No,
if we
no,
see
no.
it here.
We're trying to
Here it
avoid
is.
redundancy.
Strike by Doro. All right, we're going to avoid redundancy.
Walk-off base on balls,
All right.
just to avoid the redundancy.
All right. Full count now.
I did go to the high school of redundancy high school
Hmm.
where I passed and didn't fail. There's like 3 jokes in there.
Here comes the pitch from Stickler. Crowd quiets. Foul!
Oh my. Bases juiced. Counts full.
Bases remain jarred.
Strickland under a lot of pressure right now. He's got to throw one by him. That's the only option he has right
That's
now.
the only option he has. We'll see if he can do it. And again, it's popped up high.
Staying alive. Ryan Doro knows that in order to get in good position for the next batter, Doro has to strike out. Because if he puts the ball in play almost anywhere, is a score. But if he sleeps down the infield, it's going to be easy for the Scots to turn 2. So he's definitely going to be poking it out into the outfield any opportunity he gets.
Will he be able to? There's the Bulldog bench razzing Strickler, and he's smiling right now.
I think he knows he got away with something there.
Yeah, baby.
He broke his set without stepping off from the rubber, but
And that's going to be it. Ryan Doro is walked. Brian Killinger will get forced to home plate, and the Bulldogs walk off with a walk-off, Dan.
heading home with a trip around the carousel,
What a
merry-go-round here.
way to end this game.
Yeah, it was
How about
definitely, I mean, speaking of amusement park-like events, this was a roller coaster day. First game came out, all Bulldogs. 8-0, shutting out the Scots. And the next game, it was a completely different team. The Scots go up 2 early in the second inning and keep the Bulldogs scoreless until 6 when Jeff Gertley hits a 2 RBI stand-up double to tie it up. And now finally, with loading the bases and walking them around, Strickland walks in the last run. Frank, I had a lot of fun today.
Well, it's really ironic that on a day that pitching dominated in the first game with Schmidt and in the second game with Lonstein, it's pitching that effectively ends the game with a walk issued to Ryan Doro. Killinger prances into home. Bulldogs win by a score of 3-2 in extra innings. They remain unbeaten at home this year, Dan. And incredibly enough, keep their
27 wins.
26-game win streak
Oh,
now.
wow. 26. Pardon me.
That-
Still impressive.
That goes all the way back to 2008. The Bulldogs will look to make it 27-28 tomorrow when they head to Alma for the second half of their weekend series.
Adrian College now sitting high atop the MIAA. This sweep giving them a 2-game position over Kalamazoo College. Frank, tomorrow, Adrian College has a chance to extend their MIAA dominance, potentially going 5 games up against second-place Kalamazoo. Bulldog baseball is definitely where it's at, and you want to keep watching it here on ACTV because it's just going to get better and better from here, folks.
Dan, when's ACTV back in action next?
Like I said earlier, we got a little bit of a break. Well, next home game broadcast not until next Wednesday. That is a women's lacrosse game. That'll start at 7 o'clock p.m. The Comets of Olivet College are in town for another MIAA matchup. should be great. Head coach Elizabeth Szymanski continuing to make managerial decisions that are improving the offensive aspects of that team. Highlights in like Michelle Sandlin and Anna Kanuler. Great girls to see play a fantastic sport. That's Wednesday night, 7 o'clock. But today was baseball. Frank, you want to go ahead and sign off? I'll get all this stuff getting ready to go down, eh?
Absolutely. We'd like to remind you guys to follow us on Facebook. You can find us at Adrian College TV. If you want to tweet at me and tell me what a crappy or a good job I did commentating today, you can follow me on Twitter at It's Fine Croups, CRUPS, at It's Fine Croups. If you want to tweet at me and tell me what a terrible announcer I am or what a great job we did. Either way, Bulldogs win both games against Albion by a combined score of 11-2. For everyone here at the production house, Laura Shrub, Dan Steinkoff, and Frank Krupe, thanks for tuning in, and we'd like to remind you that if you own a bulldog, do not get it spayed or neutered. Good night.
That's the sign off.